another exciting video, and in this video I'm going to be leveling up Green Arrow in Injustice 2. My goal is to try and get Green Arrow to level 30, that way I'll be able to explore the multiverse without having to worry about anything. Now you guys may be like, worry about anything, what are you talking about? Essentially what I'm talking about is there are certain multiverse worlds that expect you to be like level 30 or higher. And I'm not currently like level 30, I'm like level 17. So I need to go up quite a few levels, and the only way that I'm going to get those levels is by playing the game. So what I do is I do endless battle, because you can just keep playing and playing and playing until you lose. And I feel like that's going to be what will help me level up the fastest.
Begin.
Hey, I switched my gear. Also, I don't know why I jumped. As if I don't know how Injustice 2 works. Oops.
It's okay, you can have.
Oh. I didn't know the dog had the option to jump. Little hyena. Also, I just remembered I can meter burn and deal like way more damage. Like that's what I should be doing. The explosive arrows are just for when you don't have meter. Godzilla said, "So I cannot see what you are doing." Wait. What does that mean, Godzilla? Blaine said hello, and he said because YouTube is broken for me. Interesting. Broken in what way? Tell me more.
Time for the grand finale.
Godzilla says it looks like it's loading. Like, is it like the spinning like white wheel or whatever? How much bars are you gonna get? You're gonna get 30 meter. That should do it. So, hold on. It looks like it's loading to you, but you can still talk in the live chat? That's interesting. Blaine said is buffering. Interesting. So, can you guys still hear me? It's interesting that... Are both of you experiencing the buffer on your end? Boom, 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 boom. Godzilla said, and I can't hear you. He said, it has been like this for every video I have clicked. Fascinating. Is YouTube down?
Well, this is gonna hurt.
I was on YouTube earlier.
It's about to be your worst nightmare.
I didn't say it was gonna hurt me.
I wonder if it won't be like this in the future. Blaine said, not me. Oh, okay. Interesting. So Blaine's is like, I can hear you. Godzilla said, fascinating. Godzilla said, so it's only me and some other people. I hope the situation resolves, Godzilla. I'm sorry to hear that. I say that, but at the same time, Godzilla said he can't hear me, so... I still mean what I said, but you won't really be able to know what I'm saying. Hit me with that Jason Todd. Let's see, Godzilla said, can you tell me what Nick is saying, Blaine? Blaine said everything is fine on my end.
Dinah seems to think so.
Then Blaine said, sure. Godzilla said, I have friends and saw some people on social media having a problem. And then Godzilla said, same as me. I hope the situation gets resolved for everyone soon. Bane armor is trash, and that bow is trash. Blaine said, I think the servers are dying, lol. Tell Godzilla that I wish him the best. Obama Yo Mama said the YouTube servers are down. Yikes. It's interesting, because I was watching YouTube, like, not too long ago, and Blaine is still able to watch YouTube.
What are you doing?
So I'm curious what's
Can't
going
this
on.
be fun and educational?
Godzilla said, can you still hear Nick? Blaine said, Nick said that he wishes you the best. Yes, that is accurate to what I said. Godzilla said, alright, thank you, Nick. Hey, no problem, Godzilla. Cyborg's really not equipped to deal with your blood. Let's see, Blaine said, he said, no problem.
Green Arrow wins.
At some point, we gotta hit level 30. Ooh, those are some good Atrocitus arms. I'll take those. And by good Atrocitus arms, I mean, I guess I have no Atrocitus arms on, because those numbers didn't seem really big, but they were bigger than the numbers I had. Let's see. So Kaylee hit me up. I'm talking to Kaylee about Greek mythology. And Kaylee said, so he's referring to Hermes, a messenger, but we aren't sure how fast he is. And then Kaylee said, does he send the messages telepathically? Yo, telepathic Hermes sounds kind of lit.
Begin.
Okay. Oh, I was hitting down because I wanted to get the fire arrow, but I accidentally angled my shot up by mistake. There we go. This last one gets. So, does anyone know how fast Hermes is? I've heard that he's fast, but I've also heard he's not fast, he's just a messenger. I think it's weird if Hermes isn't fast. Because if he isn't fast, then I don't know why he would be the messenger. Blaine said AI Dungeon sucks now because they have the stupid energy system. They're trying to make more money off of it.
Next one's got your name on it.
Quiver's
He's gonna
not empty
spin
yet.
bar. I'm not going to spin bar. He can get his health back when he's coming. Godzilla said, I play on my own scenarios and I never see the energy system. Interesting. Fuck. He had me waste all that meat. Oh no! He's jumping. There. Oh, don't let him combo. There we go. Interesting. I'm curious how Godzilla's getting around, like, the AI Dungeon energy system. Yo, I think it would be dope if Hermes sent his messages telepathically. I think that would be really cool. I'm gonna try and Google Hermes and see if I can figure out how fast he's supposed to be. Right now I'm streaming Injustice 2, if you'd like to tune in. What are you currently up to? Blaine said they haven't implemented it yet, but it's gonna suck when it does. It seems premature. Like, I feel like I would agree with you, but I don't know how many credits they give, and I don't know how often you play AI Dungeon 2. Because it may be enough for the normal person to probably get by fine, but for people who are like playing AI Dungeon 2 constantly, I could see it definitely being a bother. But the people who play it constantly are likely the people who probably would want to buy premium
I'll
anyway.
show you no mercy.
Hope these old bones can take it.
Begin.
Godzilla said, I don't know why they added the dragon scale thing. He said, I thought premium was there. It's another way for them to monetize it. They can still say they have a free version, but they can still also get more money out of the end consumer. Also, I feel fairly confident. Godzilla said, oh shit, it works. He said, I can hear you, Nick. Hey, I'm glad you can hear me. Also, I think it would just be faster if I beat niggas' asses as Green Arrow. I got hops.
Respect the bow.
Get up. Oh shit. Yeah. Godzilla said, and see you. Fuck yeah. And he said, oh, never mind. Then Blaine said, LMAO. Hey, I was hyped that you were hyped, at least for like a second. Hopefully it'll get fixed again. Oh, yeah, I was looking up Hermes. Hermes, bitch ass. Is he fast or is he slow? Nobody knows. Tross over here looking bald.
Begin.
Ooh. Yeah, bring me closer, Atrocitus. I'll beat your ass. There we go, killed him. Let's see, Godzilla said, oh, it's just because I changed the setting I didn't want to change. Oh, well, I'm glad you're able to figure out the situation. Blaine said, now it's happening to me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Blaine. I hope that everything's alright. Let's see, Nerd Tanker said, is everything alright? Godzilla said, not really, I'm having YouTube problems. Godzilla said, like, buffering. Blaine said, me too. Godzilla said, a lot. Nerd Tanker said, oh. Godzilla said, I have that problem. Yo, Nerd Tanker, welcome to the stream. It's gonna have you. Pass your day today. Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream? Right now, I'm leveling up Green Arrow and Injustice 2. Damn. Oh, fuck. I messed up. Accidentally shot the arrow into the air. Blaine said, no, not my favorite app.
Green Arrow wins.
Hey! I'm glad that you fucked with YouTube. I say that as if I made it. Let's see. Hermes sandals called Padilla by the Greeks and Talaria by the Romans were made of palm and myrtle branches, but were described as beautiful, golden, and immortal. Made a sublime art, able to take the roads with the speed of wind. Originally, they had no wings, but late in the artistic representations they are depicted. In certain images, the wings spring directly from the ankles. Hermes has also been depicted with a purse or bag in his hands, wearing a robe or cloak, which had the power to confer invisibility. His weapon was a sword of gold, which killed Argos, lent to Perseus to kill Medusa. Yo, he has a gold sword and he can turn invisible, and he is fast. He's as fast as the wind, apparently. Yo, I looked up your boy Hermes. He's apparently as fast as the wind. So that's pretty cool. I don't know how fast, like, what's the max speed of wind? I have no idea. He also apparently can turn invisible, which I didn't know, and he has a golden sword. What are your thoughts on that?
Should have just told us you were the mole.
I couldn't blow my cover.
Yo, Ryan, how's it going? Why not call me on, like, Facebook? Call me on Facebook. Call me on Facebook.
I'm told that YouTube is down right now.
It is. I'm also streaming right now. Call me on Facebook, Ryan. Because then I can answer on my laptop. There we go. See, Godzilla said New York seems to have the most problems. In regards to YouTube being down, or in regards to like just in general, just YouTube having problems. I mean, not YouTube, New York. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see, I'm gonna open the Hermes thing over here, so I'll be able to still read it. Let's see. Gazul said, yeah. He said YouTube being down. Interesting. So I asked Ryan to call me, but he hasn't called me. So now I'm going to call him. Yeah, yo, boy, be ball.
That's embarrassing.
In another call. Yeah, in another call with me. Because he's probably also calling. Yo, Ryan, are you there? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I'm doing a stream right now. People on the stream are talking about how YouTube. Godzilla's been having trouble, like, seeing what's been happening and hearing me. He recently...
like, all the videos... The website's still loading, like, every video here. It's just like a black loading.
I wonder how that's gonna...
You can still, like, access the site. It's just like all the
Now, where's
videos.
that sleeping gas arrow?
It's weird.
Well, I imagine the videos could be... Ah, they're on server! Oh, she crossed me up, but it wasn't the end of my life. Oh. Nice cops, Catwoman, but I got... bow combos.
Just like sharing on
Well, don't do that now. I'm like streaming, so you're likely gonna play some copyright shit. I told you where it was last time, but you were like, you don't see it on your
You're
screen.
in my space.
That mean
Upper
I'm
right hand
standing
corner
in
to the
kitty
left
litter?
of the gear. But don't do it right now. I have something to the left of the gear. Godzilla said premium seems to be a good source of income. He said the scales are kind of overdoing it. So they're talking about AI Dungeon 2 having this thing where it's like there's an action limit, you can pick more actions. I don't think that's that crazy. They mentioned that they wanted to do that really early on, and they just didn't do it. But it depends on how many actions they let, like, a normal person have. Also, damn, look at those fucking green arrow legs. They're at 134 strength. That's pretty good. Those are some beefy legs. Adding those. Equip. I lose 28 health, but I gain 34 strength, so my strength's really fucking high. That Batman head is garbage. That Aquaman trident is litty as a titty, so I will equip that and continue on. Let's see. Godzilla said, yeah, it has been buffering. Ryan, don't. I knew you were gonna do some stupid shit like that. Don't share the stream. Wait, how are you sharing my full face?
No. It did, the screen sharing onto the messenger, like, window. Like, I shared my, like,
Oh no, it's Ragman.
That's why it's doing
I am
the
Scarecrow.
corner.
No, I
That's kind of
forwarded it.
fascinating.
Begin.
At first I thought you were sharing the stream, but I was like, how'd you get that angle of me on YouTube? I don't have a camera over there. But that makes way more sense, what you just said. Also, Hermes is as fast as the wind. How fast is the wind, right?
Then you know, a hurricane, you can get pretty fast. Tornado is fast.
What's like the max recorded wind speed?
How's that for a Star City level?
I've heard it's been very...
Inside your head.
Don't get
Godzilla
any
said it looks like
ideas.
Nerd Tinker and Blaine are having the problem as well. Yeah, like it's like some people are having an issue and other people are not having an issue. Bite that apple.
I think the high. Okay, so. Okay. So the fastest wind speed not related to tornadoes ever recorded was during the passage of tropical cyclone.
I'm growing tomatoes. Any tips?
In 1996.
Choke on them.
No salsa for you.
Begin.
Registered wind gusts of 408 kilometers per hour.
So, did you say 408 kilometers per hour?
Non-tornado related.
Non-tornado. So is the tornado related faster? I think it's fine to like compare them to tornadoes. Like I think
It might
that's
be harder to get like tornado winds. I have to be like the next one.
understandable.
I guess like we have like a.
Green arrow wins.
I actually am curious, is there like a maximum speed that wind can go? Like, is it possible for wind to hit a limit in how fast it can go?
Probably not. I mean, if you look at like some of those storms and like.
How could you turn on
someplace on
Batman?
like Jupiter.
Begin.
Super powerful.
Yo, yeah, does it have to be earthly?
This is Arizona State University World Meteorological Organization Climate News Archive website. It has a tornado ice recorded on the Doppler radar was 302 miles per hour.
Respect the bow.
Wait, isn't that less than that other wind speed that you told me about?
So that is not the fastest measured
People laugh
wind
at the
speed
bow.
since the winds are not directly determined by instrumentation, but rather established by computer Doppler wind output. So it sounds like you might be able to find like higher wind speeds in a tornado. Then you have to be in a tornado to get the wind speed. Probably just like that. You know, like, or at least you know your instrument is like destroyed.
Order shall prevail.
You really need to get laid.
So like on that, it's like they were the Doppler radar, right?
I knew Hermes was supposed to be fast, but the speed of wind, I can't tell if that's really impressive or not. I feel like it is if you're like, you can do any wind, like even like solar winds and shit like that.
Green arrow wins.
What about the speed of solar winds?
Hey, it's a Google away, my guy. It's a Google away. A Google away. By the way, I think the camera perspective that you have is better than
was a NASA website.
Makes sense.
The solar physics thing. It says about 1 million miles per hour.
Whoa, whoa, wait.
400 kilometers per second.
I'm sorry, my nigga. Did you say a billion?
Green arrow's
No,
got
million.
this.
Oh, a million.
Stealing my
Okay.
favorite catchphrase?
That's still a lot, but I thought for a minute I thought you said a billion miles per hour. I was like, I don't even know what that would be like. A million miles per hour is also very.
So the authority thing was like 400 kilometers per hour. Like 40 of that. But it's also like not.
Powers? What powers? That's
There's like a
embarrassing.
sun.
Green Lantern's got this. Quiver's not empty
And he
yet.
got measurements of the solar wind.
That makes sense.
Look how close it got. They're saying almost looks like the Ulysses spacecraft completed 2 orbits through the solar system, during which it passed over the sun's southern and northern poles. Its measurements of solar wind speed, magnetic field strength, and electronic composition, providing us with a new view of the solar wind. Ulysses was retired in 2000.
Green Arrow wins.
I wonder how coming with the pole, because that could just be like really far away. Just like, you know, above and below the sun.
So, Brianna and I were talking about the myth of Arachne, the first spider. Have you heard the myth of Arachne before, Ryan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Brianna's
There's like a weaver person. He's like, I can weave hella good. And the god's like, no, I weave hella good. We'll have like a competition. And then Arachne like beat her or something. She's like, bitch. And she like turns her into a spider or some shit. She's like, yeah, now you'll be weaving.
Right. So, Bree's trying to say that Athena was probably better. And I'm like, what does that mean? What do you mean she was probably better? Yeah, it's...
If Athena was better, she'd just be like, ha! Showed you, and then like left or something.
Right, she would have just won. Like, it doesn't seem like she's better. It sounds like the story is about Athena being pitied. Right, yeah. That's what I'm bringing up to Bree. I'm gonna be like, isn't the story about Athena being, like, petty? I mean, the whole story is about, like...
They're really petty in a lot of these stories.
Now, I will say, Arachne is also, like, definitely going hard the whole time. Because Athena's tapestry is, like, here's, like, all the greatest achievements of the gods. And then Arachne's tapestry is like, here's how all the gods are bullshit and all the worst things they've ever done, kind of thing. So
the gods like war crime and shit.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Yes, it is the
Yeah, if Hermes is going at the speed of like solar winds and shit, that's pretty fucking fast. Wow, those Ninja Turtle arms are amazing. Plus 56 strength. No, defense. Good. So, yeah, if you can scale Hermes to Solar Wind, then Hermes is, really good. Wait, so how fast can lightning go, Ryan? Godzilla said Greek gods are kind of jerks. I can agree based on what I've heard so far.
Princess.
Do I look like it?
You'd probably say no, huh?
Begin.
186,000 miles per second. And so like or maybe like almost
Aphrodite forbids you.
20% the speed of
So, can Zeus fuck with Hermes if Hermes is going solar wind speeds? Because I think that answers...
I don't think they had a whole like weird space.
They're gods, though. Like, why would they scale... Yeah, but he moves as fast as wind. The sun just happens to have wind that's fast.
He like is the sun, but then like Apollo has like a chariot or something that's also like the sun. But they have like these titans that are like personification.
Oh no, am I gonna lose?
Like Apollo kind of like.
Oh shit. Okay, so Ryan, I'm like almost dead. You think I'm gonna win? Oh, I won. Okay, cool. The reason why I'm saying it's weird, Ryan, is because why would a god be bound to being as fast as Earth wind when there's much faster wind in like the universe?
Yeah, it sounds like the Greeks didn't know about solar wind.
Right, but I mean, if you asked Hermes, like, how fast is he, and he said, like, I'm as fast as the wind, don't you think he'd be like, all wind? Why not, like, I'm as fast as the breaths of Gaia or something? Bree said I think it's both, because the story is written by the victor, but according to the myth, people voted for who they thought was better, so I don't know. Voted? How does that make Athena better? I don't understand. The story's written by the victor. Bitch, the spider didn't write the story. What is she talking about?
Sounds like Hubert was the guy with the golden period. And then they replaced him with Apollo.
So he's the substitute bus driver for the sun.
That's embarrassing.
Oh shit. Rain teleporting. Oh shit. Oh no. He had the sky taser ready. Oh, that's gonna kill him. Yeah.
The elder gods frown upon you.
Yes.
Powers? What powers?
Mythology was a weaver who challenged the deities, consequently turned into a spider. There are 3 versions of the myth.
Ooh. Alternate endings?
One version, as if she was a shepherd's daughter, was particularly skilled at weaving. Boasting about her skill, she infuriated Athena, who appeared and contested her. Athena weaved 4 scenes in which the gods punished those humans that considered themselves equal to gods and committed hubris. Arachne, on the other hand, weaved scenes in which gods abused humans.
Begin.
Arachne's work was clearly better than Athena's. The goddess even more great due to having the weaving. You know what the weaving depicted? Through Hecate's ocean onto Athena, transforming her into a spider and condemning her to weave for eternity. In a different version, after challenge, Athena weaved the contest between herself and Poseidon to remove the page scene of Athens weaving, while Arachne did a depiction of Zeus's advances on various mortal women. Athena realized how skilled Arachne was, and wanted to teach her more, to be more humble and respect the gods. Touching Arachne's forehead, the woman was filled with shame and hung herself.
Whoa.
Brought her back to life with a spider in order to let her weave her life.
What the
Unlike the
fuck?
first version, Athena's like hella salty and like fucks her in like a curse kind of way. And then the second one
Green
was
arrow
like,
wins.
she needed to be humble. And then she was like, oh shit, and like killed herself. And Athena like felt bad. She's like, well, you can be a spider so that you can like fulfill your passion for weaving. So one is like cursed, and the other one is like kind of sympathetic.
I think being reincarnated as a spider is
You
some
sure this is your
bullshit.
smartest play?
Final version
Begin.
of the myth, Zeus was the judge in the contest between Arachne and Athena, and whoever lost would not be allowed to touch the spindle or the loom again. Athena won in this version, and Arachne was devastated that she could no longer weave. Out of pity, Athena transformed her into a spider so she could continue weaving without having to break her oath. Because like spiders don't like touch looms to weave.
So in the only version where like Athena wins, it's one where a god is the judge. And Arachne and all the other stories is like making a weave that's like, aren't gods shitty?
Yeah, the other one version, like, it was just clearly, like, objectively bad.
Well, it sounds like in the one where Athena wins, it's also just biased toward like a god. I'm gonna have my god judge our pieces. And you're like, oh, my piece is about how gods suck. I wonder who's gonna...
Arachne just, like, blows out the water, and then Athena gets hella mad. The second second one here is, like, she's really cool, but it doesn't say what.
Green Arrow
I
wins.
just, like, realized her skill,
And then
and then wanted
humbles
her
her.
to become humble,
Right.
and, like, turned her,
Suicidal.
and did that, and then she killed herself and then turned her into a spider. And the third one is that Athena wins, but then they turn her into a spider. And
Godzilla said the one where Athena is cursing
there's
someone is
other
the one
ways
I
to
feel
settle
is,
this.
makes the most
But I
sense.
think
Gods hate when mortals try to one
They'll
up.
wipe the floor with you.
Begin.
This blue beetle costume is so fucking common. I'm so salty that I don't have it because it looks cool as fuck. Maybe the Gears house. Then I would.
the earliest version of the story comes from a Roman poet, Ovid, from the, like,
Mind if I take a selfie?
around the turn of the first century, which is the annoying. So 6 of the epic poem, Metamorphosis, so Ovid recounts how the
You
talented
sleeping, brah?
mortal
Quiver's not empty yet.
Demon challenged between the gods and crabs in the evening contest. When Athena could find no flaws in the sophistry, Arachne had whipped from the contest. The gods became enraged and beat the girl with her shuttle.
Good.
After Arachne hanged herself out of shame,
Oh shit.
transformed into a spider.
Wait.
This provides both the ecology of the spider, web spinning ability, and the cautionary tale warning mortals not to place themselves on the equal level with the gods.
Green Arrow wins.
And then she hangs.
Wait, but who turns her into a spider? Because in that one, it just sounds like she turns into a spider. Like you never said, and then Athena does
She
it.
was transformed into a spider.
Yeah, that was
Also
weird.
look at, like,
So I'm currently doing a live stream while talking to Ryan on the phone about the Arachne myth. Ryan mentioned one version of the story where Zeus votes. I did not say Jesus. Why did it think I said Jesus? Zeus.
So this is a bit on the Wikipedia myth. In Metamorphosis, the Roman poet Ovid writes that Arachne was a shepherd's daughter who began weaving at an early age. She became a great weaver, boasted that her skill was greater than Athena's, and refused to acknowledge that her skill came, at least in part, from the goddess. Athena took offense and set up a contest between them, presenting herself as an old lady, which I don't remember the old lady thing, and approaching the
I do too. I remember it from a animated thing.
Warned, you can never compare to any of the gods. Plead for forgiveness, and Athena might spare your soul.
So the old lady thing is in an animated version
I'm not the dead Ollie,
that
are
I
you?
watch,
No,
which is how I
don't
learned
think
about
I'm a
the
ghost.
myth. The old lady thing, I think, makes it more petty because she couldn't just come up to her straight up.
But in this, Athena, when she saw that Arachne's was more beautiful, she rips Arachne's birth secret and hit her on the head 3 times. Terrified and ashamed, Arachne came to her. Then Athena said, "Live on then, give pain to the dead one. But lest you are careless in the future, the same condition is declared. Punishment against your descendants to the last generation." After saying this, she sprinkled with her the juice of Pegati's
Green about the gills.
and immediately at the effect of the dark poison, Arachne's hair fell out. With it went her nose, ears, her head shrank to the smallest size, her whole body became tiny. The slender fingers stuck to her sides as legs, the rest was belly from which still spits of bread, and as a spider leaves her ankle. So that sounds like more described version of that first one.
I will say, when they describe that there's like a specific herb that does it, that's kind of weird. beats her up is kind of strong. She hits her in the head 3 times. Is it a slow hitter in that? Because I guess you're beating her up. It seems really fast. Like if someone just said, is that like a beatdown or what?
Like if that's this first, where are those, like where are the sources for the other version?
So Bree just said, I guess that's the most popular one. Like the one where Arachne wins. I think that's true. I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, but like where's that version?
Which version is your favorite, is what I'm gonna ask her. But I'm also gonna ask you that. Which one do you fuck with the most?
Like the original first one.
I think the ones where she hangs herself are weird. I don't really like those. It doesn't seem like that's what she would do, because like her character is all about being like super proud or whatever. Maybe if she loses.
Yeah, but then like God went you up and like told you to like revenge.
Got an arrow with your name on.
Begin.
And I will say, it does sound scary to have a god beat you up, because then, like, who's supposed to help you? Marvel Comics, Arachne sounds like she would have some connection to Spider-Man and Marvel. So she doesn't have a favorite version.
The quiver's not empty yet.
I don't know where like that this Greek mythology website is like getting that.
My favorite version would have to be the one where Arachne wins and Athena recognizes her victory. I just kind of wish that Athena wasn't so petty. It seems like the whole story's moral is that like gods are kind of petty, which is weird. What are your thoughts on that? Like the idea of a story that's all about gods being petty. I sent her a voice message. I haven't been doing those.
Can also be seen as an attempt to show a relation between art and tyrannical power in Obeliscus. He wrote an emperor Augustus and was exiled by him. At the time, weaving was a common metaphor for poetry. Therefore, Arachne's artistry and human censorship may offer a provocative allegory of the writer's role in the autocratic according to the Encyclopedia of Greek and Roman mythology.
Is he like the original writer of the myth, or are there like multiple versions?
He's the one who like codified it. He like wrote like the first version of his book in the Roman times. Yeah, like it's the first version they can find a source. So either like other linear versions that weren't written down yet, or they're gonna like found that, or those other versions
Green Arrow
derived from later retellings of this, which is possible.
I imagine either could be true. Like, you're right. Like, both seem equally possible. But since his is the earliest that we found... Wait, are there any more Arachne stories? Like, do they talk about her as a spider ever later?
Professor says this will be easy.
Begin.
Well, this is a video.
I've never been interested in the places. We had this conversation earlier where we were like, I asked you, because I had asked you earlier, where was the like invulnerable lion? Well, I didn't ask where he was from. I asked like, where are the other ones? Like, why aren't there like more invulnerable lions?
It's like where the other dragons were failed. There's just the one that's featured. I even though that there are others, you know? We don't know. It just shows up,
Stein, you're
and
a
he fights it,
genius.
and then it dies. Or the thing happens.
I so angled the bow upwards.
Lions used to have a far larger range. That's why you have like lions in like Greece and these myths of like Hercules. Lions used to just like live in Europe. Or at least in like Greece.
Getting green about the gills.
You say C, but I'm like actively like looking at the game. I'm not currently in a position to look at the screen. Firestorm shooting my ass.
Have lions in like northern Africa and like southern Europe. And like this you want to find like different stuff. Which you normally don't see because the current range is all in like sub-Saharan Africa.
That was very close.
Green Arrow wins.
Let's see. Bree said, yeah, she is petty, but not all of them are. Bree said it's about being prideful. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, who is being more prideful in that situation? Athena or Arachne? Because in the version where Arachne wins, which seems to be like multiple versions, she's kind of right. Like, the thing that she's bragging about is like, I'm like the best weaver. I'm so good, I'm even better than a god. And then she like proves it. Whereas Athena is like, oh, no, you're not doing it. And then she can't like accept taking like an L. So she has to like turn Arachne into a spider. You could argue, and I think it's true that they're both prideful, but I feel like the person who's the most prideful ends up being like the winner of the story, like the person who in the end is like, I'm not a spider. I think that teaches a weird message. Let's see. Oh, that bow is horrible. Doom, 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 doom. I'm 20 opponents deep. And the fights are getting harder, Ryan. I'm winning by the skin of my teeth. Which is a weird phrase. I don't know who came up with that. Also, did you know that Aiden didn't know what a Cosby sweater was?
Don't let the funny costume fool you.
Kind of a poor choice.
I know.
I've never like watched
Begin.
the Cosby Show.
No, the sexual act. There's a sexual act called a Cosby sweater. He brought up like Cleveland Steamer, and then I brought up Cosby sweater, and he was like, what? And I'm like, how do you know about a Cleveland Steamer and not a Cosby sweater? I caught Supergirl with a boxing glove arrow when she went around the world to try and sneak up behind me. I was ready. Ryan's trying to learn what the sexual act of a Cosby sweater is. Or Fruity Pebbles, or Tricks. You got options. Captain Crunch Oops All Berries.
Respect the foe.
When I was describing it to Aiden, he was like, that's quite gross. He's like, I think I might throw up a little bit in my mouth. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We were talking about Cleveland Steamers. I felt like it was appropriate. No, he's not into it. In the conversation context, it made sense why we were talking about it. But I don't remember what that context was. Also, yes! That was another close match. I had her on the ropes, and then at the end of the match, Supergirl just started beating my ass. Ooh. Okay. Minus... Wait, what? Plus 20, plus 46. minus 24. That sounds better than my current legs, but I thought my other legs were better for whatever reason. I thought I had, like, super good-ass legs. But I guess those legs don't seem bad. Hey, I got a message. Let's see. So she said, no matter who wins, the moral is don't be prideful. Because pride is Athena's fatal flaw. Which means she can't handle not being the best or the smartest. Hold on, that actually is kind of interesting. So, do you think Athena, like, hates the concept of, like, the Guinness World Records book? Like, do you think, like, whenever it's published, she should be like, no, I should be on every page. I could do all of that stuff. Like, it would be interesting if that was just a thing, where whenever the Guinness World Records people got together, Athena showed up and was like, bullshit, I got this too. Like, what if every single fight, like, ever that Athena's in is just her trying to prove she's better? Because she doesn't learn her lesson in the Arachne story. So why aren't there just a bunch of stories where Athena is essentially doing the same thing and turning people into tons of new creatures? Because one version of the story that I heard has Arachne being, like, the first spider. Like, she's not just being turned into a spider. It's like spiders didn't even exist before then.
Yeah, like, that version I read out had, like the curses, like, her, like, descendants and stuff. Like, that's where spiders come from. Or spiders.
Hello,
Speaking of which, her descendants, like, how did she have any children at all?
Shouldn't we at least shake
The
hands?
same way that, like, everyone is, like, descended from, like, Adam and Eve.
No, how does...
The first one, and everyone, like, spawned from them.
But there's only one spider being made, right?
I know, it's like a myth, Jack.
You act like this can't have, like... They can have some logic, the fuck? We were with it
Yeah,
for...
they said Athena turned a lady into a spider, that's why they're spiders. That's why they, like, speak up.
I'm trying to imagine what would happen.
Or you like spiders before that, not speak
Glad
like...
I'm not Dinah.
Actually, do the right. Or not be...
Arachne.
There is more work to be done.
That was close. Bane was getting ready to charge her
Canary
boy.
will be twice a widow.
Quiver's not empty yet.
Yo, boy!
Dropped it. Oh, has Rick Johnston updated his post about the DC Omniverse or whatever? His post that he says isn't speculation?
Oh no! You're not telling me about it, I don't know what it is.
Some Bleeding Cool, which is a comic news website. I just defined it. This is, if you had waited like 2 seconds, you would have just known what it was. Ah, fuck. No, don't let him dick you, Green Arrow. Yes! I gave Bane the dick instead.
Green Arrow wins.
The Green Arrow did. Let's see. They don't call him the Longbow for nothing. So now we're gonna face off against Captain Cold. This is my 22nd fight in the last 53 minutes. Ooh, I get to see Ryan's
Long story
frequently
short,
visited
I died.
pages.
Don't give me your sob story.
What you gonna do about it, chump?
Begin.
Is there some discourse about Operation
Respect the foe.
Don't let him do you like that. There we go. Captain Cold in this game creates like a region of air that's really cold, and it slows down your movement. It kind of reminds me of like the stealth shit.
I like this bird.
Isaiah said,
Suck
"Hey bud,
eye,
YouTube is
scumbag.
down right now."
You
Yo,
really
Isaiah,
make
welcome to the
it
stream. It's good to have you. How's your day today? Do any questions for your boy? Any discussion topics that you talk about on the stream? He said you might want to stream later. Understandable. So I normally just stream whenever I play. But don't worry, YouTube saves like a VOD or whatever. So it's not like the stream is the only time you guys will be able to watch this. Ooh, I see. That's close.
Green Arrow wins.
Let's see. Brianna said, okay, first, she's the goddess of wisdom, so she would probably enjoy reading the book. And second, there's only one story teaching the pride moral because they probably only needed one. And it tells them how Arachne was this spider. I don't know why Ryan is... You knew I was talking about it before. I was the one who told you I was talking to read that stuff. Okay, let's see. I just think it would be cool if there were like even more new creatures that essentially existed because of someone who had like a great skill, and then Athena got jealous. Because spiders sound like there are like so many different types of spiders now because of that. So I would love to see like other types of creatures that would come out of it. Because you could also make up like fake creatures if you wanted to. Because it's not like the myths don't have like crazy monsters and stuff like that. I get that it would be the same moral over and over again, but that's what you get when she doesn't get any character development, or she's just not prideful at a certain point. Let's see. I wonder, what do you think would make it where Athena could like overcome her pride? Like, what kind of story do you think that would be? I just realized whether the game is paused or the game is being played. If they can't hear, like if they can't see the game, me talking about the Greek mythology stuff is all the same. Nice. Wow, that.
Well, this is gonna hurt.
Barney colored Batman, I see.
I didn't say it was gonna hurt me.
Begin.
Do better.
That's embarrassing.
Batman's out here fucking the whole day up. He ducked over
Don't waste my time.
instead of black.
And to think I paid for a sitter.
Okay. Move up. Fuck. I shouldn't have let him backflip over that.
wins.
We know that in, well, actually, that's really weird, when you think about it. You remember that speed tier list, that Joshua Williamson made, Ryan? The DC Comics speed tier list, like the official one. Ryan.
What?
Do you remember that speed tier list, like the official DC one? When you get, like, I can't tell if Ryan's like just waiting for me to continue or like not listening here. What? I'm so lost. He may have forgotten because he's just Googling it. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. The Great Race by Joshua Williamson. So, essentially, that list has Shazam in like 9th place, and Shazam has the speed of Mercury. Mercury is just Hermes, but for some reason the Flash from Earth 2 isn't on that list. Because the Flash from Earth 2 just literally has like the speed of Hermes or whatever. You see how that's weird?
Yeah, but has the guy who wrote it, like, does he know about that Earth 2 Flash?
It sucks that he doesn't. He knows who the Black Racer is, and the Black Racer isn't even like from the same universe as anyone else in that
Black
list.
Racer has famous skis.
He's like, does Earth 2 Flash have skis? Let's see. Bree said probably one where she would lose her powers and turn mortal, like Apollo does in, Trials of Apollo. I've never heard Trials of Apollo. What is that story like? Also, I'm now level 20. Level 20 Green Arrow.
Trials of Apollo is an anthology of fantasy, adventure, and mythological fiction novels written by American author Rick Riordan. They collectively form a sequel to the Heroes of Olympus.
I heard right. You're a PhD?
Olympus is...
A minor detail.
It's the series after
Man, you
Percy
need a
Jackson, if I...
Begin.
Because I've
Yeah,
been...
it's the Roman.
Respect the bow. That's embarrassing. I like this Earth.
What about the American myth thing or whatever? Is that the most recent?
This book came out in 2020 October. So like that last book of so far the last book of the
Respect the bow.
Trials of Apollo came out pretty recent.
I'm used to a better class of villain.
I still need to read Sea of Monsters. I guess I'll probably start reading that tomorrow. Because my plan is just to read it this week.
I like this Earth.
I'll likely finish it like the day that I start reading it. So whenever I do read it, it'll probably be done at that same point. Fuck. Oh my gosh. See, the computer in Injustice 2, I feel like likes to lose, and then at the end, like, start beating ass. Hit her, please. Damn. She hit me with that back kick. Which opponent was I on? Like, how many matches was that? I gained multiple levels over the course of this. So let's see. So I got 23 wins. Hey, that's okay, I guess. Let's see. So I'm about to do Survivor. I haven't done Survivor before. Do you know what Survivor mode is, Ryan?
Green arrow.
I'm seeing that American Myths thing. This list of books.
Did that book happen to just not be a Rick Davis? I thought it was when we went to Walmart and you showed it to me.
What earth they snatch you from?
I am from a different realm entirely.
Man, you need a publicist.
I don't get the man you need a publicist line for that.
Just be glad I'm not Dinah.
Has like other effects
You are worthy of the Shaolin.
Can't beat Taekwondo.
He has more bars. He is more bars.
Green Arrow wins.
Titles and mythological groups. So there's like Hindu, Mayan, Korean, Cuban, Aztec, African American, Navajo.
Rap King asks, Nick, is Hal Jordan the strongest lantern?
I heard right. You're a
No.
PhD?
But I still don't see the American mythology.
I hope this visit's covered.
Begin.
Where is it at?
I'm not sure. Look up John Henry Irons. He was on the back of the book or whatever when you showed it to me. Yo, Dozer, welcome to the stream. Is good to have you. And Rap King, how's your day today? Do you guys have any questions? Do you have any discussion topics that you talk about on the stream? So Kyle Rayner is who I normally think of when I think of like one of the strongest like Earth Lanterns. Sodom Yacht is supposed to be like the legendary like greatest lantern or
Mind if
whatever.
I take a selfie?
Dozer said, but your mom is the fattest lantern. Rat King said, where would you rank him? Like, where would I rank Hal Jordan? He might have, like, the most willpower of the Earth Lanterns. I don't know a lot about the Far Sector Lanterns. Jessica Cruz is now, like, literally a god due to the stuff going on in, like, Justice League Odyssey. But that's less credit to her as a lantern and more credit to her as just becoming a god. What's it called?
Green Arrow wins.
What is that? Rap King said, is he the strongest Green Lantern? I don't know. Jon Stewart does weird stuff too, where he's like, all my constructs are solid, and I think about how they like actually work and stuff like that. And I don't know what that does for Jon Stewart. I would think Hal's better than Jon, but I don't know. Ryan, who do you think is like the strongest Green Lantern? Simon Baz, I think, has like a future sight power, and he can like heal people. Like Simon Baz has a whole bunch of extra abilities. Like he's not just a Green Lantern, but no one uses Simon in stories. No one cares about him, so it's weird. And Hal's been around for much longer and has done a lot of impressive things. So Hal is still not the strongest Green Lantern, though. Like I said, Sodom Yacht is the one that everyone says is supposed to be the legendary best Green Lantern. because he's a Daxamite, which means he has all the powers of Superman, but he's not hurt by kryptonite, he's hurt by lead instead. So yeah, I don't know. Sodom Yacht, he's also a Green Lantern. He's really good. Just saying. Dylan Blakey said, "Yo, you want to run a whole group of people in DC Universe Online?" That sounds potentially interesting. So DC Universe Online recently started a Legion of Superheroes based event, and I am somewhat interested, but I'm more interested in Injustice 2 right now, mainly because Injustice 2 has all these like multiverse Earths that appear, and it's like every day you can check in and there are new multiverse Earths that you can play. But I'm too low level to really enjoy all the Earths, which is why I'm grinding with Green Arrow and Injustice 2, so I can get to level 30 and then I can just do multiverse Earths. Dylan said, okay, we could do DC later. Potentially. No promises. Another game that I've been feeling recently is Assassin's Creed, because Valhalla just came out. I've been talking to Bree about Greek mythology, because Bree's super into like the Percy Jackson series, but I wanted to know what the real myths were like, and I might play some Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Rap King said, will you play as Green Lantern? I have no interest in playing as Green Lantern, because Green Arrow is all the green your boy needs.
Would you eat anything?
So Ryan's showing me a combination of condiments. So you got mayo must, which is like mayo mustard, cranch, which is ketchup ranch, mayo chup, which is mayo ketchup, and mayo Q, which is like mayo barbecue. So I like mayonnaise on burgers specifically, and like not really on anything else. Honey mustard's my favorite like sauce. Well, I also like when stores have their own sauce. Cause Wendy's has Sawsome sauce. That shit hits. I had that on some fries today. That's fucking great. Ryan left the list. How the fuck am I supposed to? I haven't given an answer yet. I would probably like mayo chup on a burger. Like mayo ketchup on a burger sounds fine. So that would be my answer there. Dylan said, I do all the DC Universe events. Interesting. What's been your favorite event so far? Dylan said, oh yeah, I'm a big Assassin's Creed fan. He said, I've played every Assassin's Creed. Literally. Even like the side-scroller ones.
Rogue?
And Rogue?
He's played Rogue?
I'm asking him if he's played Rogue. Bree said, it's the third series that revolves around Greek mythology written by Rick Riordan. The events of the second series caused Zeus to blame Apollo because he is the god of prophecy and Apollo...
Spoilers.
True. Yeah, you're not wrong, because I'm reading through Percy Jackson like right now. I guess I won't read her spoilers out loud. Yeah. I guess it is weird that she's doing that. I did ask. So.
Do you like have a bunch of those books?
The events of the second
I'll go do that right
to blame Apollo because interesting. I wonder if there are graphic novels of those or not. Also, I should have... Well, hold on, I can send that. Interesting. I wonder if there are graphic novels of those or not. I still need to read Sea of Monsters. I'm going to be reading Sea of Monsters sometime this week. What are you currently up to? I hope that you're doing well, and I wish you the best of luck on your essays. Right now I'm chatting with Ryan in a Facebook call, and I'm chatting with the live chat on the stream. I'm talking to this guy, Dylan, who says he's played every Assassin's Creed game, and he says that he plays every DC Universe Online event. Okay, Dylan said, I've read Percy Jackson. He said, I've read the whole book as well. He said, lol, I'm big on Greek mythology. You're fitting right in, Dylan. So far, you're like, I vibe with everything that you guys are talking about, which is sweet. He said, I did Sea of Monsters. He said, it's a really good book. Well, I'm about to be checking it out soon. Also, these are some nice Scarecrow legs I just got. Epic Scarecrow legs. Watch me never play Scarecrow.
Yeah, we would wait till we knew it somehow.
So I have Hermes like Wikipedia article up, and it's just Hermes with his dick out because they have like the statues or whatever.
Because I'm a woman.
Because you're a
Purple
Begin.
Catwoman. That kind of reminds me of, is it last time? Yo, Michelle, welcome to the stream. Did Michelle know that I'm streaming?
It's okay.
Godzilla said, I never really got into anything you are talking about. Would you be interested in getting into any of the things that we're talking about, Godzilla? Dylan said, if you're interested in Greek mythology, there's a show on Netflix that talks about it, and it's called The Blood of Zeus. Is it like a documentary thing? Because I actually wouldn't mind checking out like a informative documentary kind of thing. And something a little more modern. The first Greek mythology documentary I saw on YouTube was kind of old. I didn't really fuck with it. Godzilla said, I don't know. Oh, we have some epic Poison Ivy arms. Another character I don't play, but the epic gear is appreciated. Let's see, Breeze finished her essays. So now she's just lying in bed. Ooh. Congratulations on finishing up your essays. Do you think you might be free tomorrow, potentially, for us to do like an online hangout thing or like an in-person hangout thing? Ryan, if there's one thing that I mentioned, it's like don't do the screen share of the stream because then you're gonna get that echo.
That's why I muted it.
There you
when
go.
I entered.
Okay, fair. I see you.
It's like it's what you're talking about when you talk about the Poison Ivy and shit.
Sweet. Yo, Michelle, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. How are you doing today?
Shouldn't have messed with Dot.
What is your
She
interest
scares me
in
more
Greek
than you are.
mythology?
Some days she scares me too.
Begin.
What is your interest in like non-Percy Jackson Greek mythology? Does she read Lore Olympus?
Giant cataclysm of death happened. And she's like, yeah, it happened. It was like, so we went back to the website and I'm like, oh shit, it's decent finality.
So I thought Lore Olympus was like a webcomic, just a show. So the comic considers like it's like runs as like seasons. Like you're throwing me when you say
Hello,
season
boxing
finale.
glove arrow?
Yeah, it's had like a season break. Like June. The last one was in June 2020, and then they started season 2 on
Green Arrow wins.
That's right. I forgot that tomorrow is Thursday. I hope that you have a fun time playing D&D. What do you think's gonna happen in this last session? Well, my apologies. I'm doing like a multi-conversation thing. I missed the last thing you said, right?
She also said having seasons on the Webtoons website is a thing.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Misha. I appreciate it. Now I know.
She left.
Oh, she left? Well, I hope Michelle has a wonderful night.
What earth they snatch you from?
Begin.
Yeah.
I like this girl.
It's gonna be interesting when it starts getting hard.
Quiver's not empty yet.
Unlike Batman's dick, which is perpetually flaccid. Oh shit. Okay.
This reminds me of a joke.
He has plenty of meter to burn.
Never threaten my wife.
I'm in danger. Ryan, did you ever tell me who your favorite Greek god was? I feel like you did. But I can't recall. I know that you're not a fan of superlatives.
Green arrow wins.
Interesting.
Battlefield Tragedy deck. But a whole deck. I think Battlefield Tragedy pretty well combos with Butterfly Charm.
Begin.
Because the character in your house is Battlefield Tragedy.
Respect the bow.
Rear guard action.
I know you can do better.
To like force attacks. That's pretty Battlefield Tragedy. But I think just having something like Butterfly
City welcome.
bad. Because it doesn't rely on having two cards like attacking each other. Plus, the way that they formatted cards in your card action, it just like trigger like a set so that it won't really trigger Battlefield Tragedy. Battlefield Tragedy the format is
Green arrow wins.
so unless you have like that attack counts as a second battle phase in the text, it's not as useful for Battlefield Tragedy deck. So you might as well just stick with something like Butterfly Charm.
Yo. What are your thoughts on
Got an arrow with
implicit
your name on it.
continuity versus
That's a little
explicit
presumptuous.
continuity?
What you gonna do about it, chum?
Begin.
What are your thoughts on implicit versus explicit continuity? You know? Do you know what I mean by implicit versus explicit continuity? Alright. What are your guesses at what it means?
The people laugh at the bow.
That one is like explicitly connected and one that implies it's
So, do you know that things can be both? Like, something can be both explicitly in continuity, but also implied continuity, like, at the same time? So, remember the editor's note thing that I was telling you about yesterday? Where you can, like, put an editor's note in your comic that refers to, like, a comic that you didn't read, and it allows you to, like, have an unshared continuity where, like, whatever comic you referenced is in continuity, well, isn't in continuity with what you wrote, but what you wrote is in continuity with what you referenced.
I wonder if I should try and build a strat around using something like card exchange to just like steal the opponent's hand concept. Because I could like do a combo of like
Cyborg from my Earth is a lot more mellow.
Begin.
Something like card exchange and then activate with left arm offering and like lose my whole hand and then like steal theirs.
Fetch with rough. Oh shit. I shot it up. Yeah. Oh, but where I was going with that, Ryan, is the idea that if you reference that one comic, you're explicitly saying you're in continuity with it, but that doesn't mean you have to be in continuity with any other comic. Like, even other comics that are in continuity with that one book. Does that make sense? Like, you can reference something that happens in Green Lantern issue number 13, which puts you in continuity with issue number 13, but then your story doesn't have to do, like, it doesn't have to go in the same direction as where Green Lantern went. So you could say, this character from Green Lantern number 13 did something that affects, like, your book, and you may, like, destroy something that's referenced in the thing. Also, shit. Excuse me, this gear's popping. Minus 60 ability, but up here, this gives me, like, plus 55 ability.
There's quite a number of really interesting and powerful spell traps in the novel. Like, there's this card called Photo Frame, which is pretty cool. It's a continuous trap, and it says, activate this card by targeting one spell / trap your opponent controls. This card is treated as having the same name and card type spell trap as that target. Also replace this effect with that card's effect. So, there's a few other cards that kind of do a similar thing, which is like when your opponent activates like a spell or trap, like negate it, and then this card becomes like that effect. Like essentially it's like a curse transfer card, where it's like, oh, you thought you were gonna activate a spell, now the spell's being negated. Kind of like the way that like what's that mirror card? The one that has complicated where you only get effects like with players.
Sounds somewhat familiar, but I don't remember. Do I want to do survival again, or do I want to do... Did I make it halfway through survival last time? I could go to the multiverse and see what multiverse Earths I can do. That's what I've been training for. Let's see, Kitty seems like it's gonna be hard. Like, I probably... See, that's the thing. I don't like seeing Earths in the multiverse that I just can't fuck with at all, kind of thing. Like, I look at it and I, like, kind of already know it's too high level for whatever I'm gonna do. I wonder if I can do these, like, medium Earths now, that I'm, like, level 20. The Pharaonic Man used a neurofungus to alter the consciousness of Sub-Zero on Earth 7404, enhancing his aggression by 1000%. Defend yourself against Sub-Zero. The fuck? Why would Pharaonic Man try and boost Sub-Zero? That's such a weird situation. And they're like, this is a multiversal threat. He gave him the big boost. To the point where, like, we need to be here. Oh, this is the fascist Earth, Ryan. It came back up. The Earth is Earth 5881. Oliver Queen of Earth 5881 is single-handedly fighting off an invasion of fascist, multiversal doppelgangers with nothing more than his bow. Help him preserve justice in a world gone mad. Let's do it. Okay, any level. 30 plus, that sucks.
Weird stage of discipline.
Okay.
This is a continuous spell, and it's the attack / defense of all monsters you control become their original attack.
Green
So unlike
arrow.
some other cards, like the Purifying Water card, this applies to all of your monsters. So it's like one. But it's also like a continuous spell. Whereas, like, I think, like, Purifying Water. Battle Purification is a normal spell. But it's the attack
You know, there's
of
other
all
ways
things
to
on
settle
monsters on
this.
the field before
Fate
they
will
roll
not
attack.
spare you.
And then there's
Geez, spoiler alert.
Begin.
water. It does something similar, but it's like take place now by thinking about one card on the team. defend, but it also is a quick. But it's only on one target. So it's like one target but better, or like a more like broad. Looks like. Yeah. So even some of the kind of like interesting and powerful spell cards, that cards, you have some cards that are very similar. They come with a lot of the same types that we triggered slightly. Some like situational.
Green arrow
Or
wins.
like marginal, like, you know, better versions of like a particular type of effect. It's like, yeah, this could be good, but I could just do this other thing that's similar but not as good. You know, something like Soul Rope is like when a monster will destroy me about life points.
Begin.
Especially someone a level 4 monster is dead. Or something like that. So life soldiers, similar to reviving someone. Tokens don't have like there's some like limits of actually being able to copy a monster. Suppose it puts a copy of the card on you.
Respect the bow.
And now it's just like kind of this is why there's the same thing, there's like
I
copies.
thought you were a hero.
Where now you just have more copies of that card. Maybe the monster will format and shuffle to that. So you actually decrease your deck size.
Do you feel like that would be broken if actually implemented?
Something like hopeful futures card that like shuffles gold trigger into the deck. To like trigger that and then just like
Green arrow wins.
if you were in control of the game, and for some reason it drags on long enough, or whether you inflict tons of searchers or like magical mounts, you could trigger that combo multiple times to keep like increasing your deck size, or even just to like, it was something like if you had a consistent way of recycling multiply,
Begin.
you could use something like Legacy of the Duelist to, you know, keep recycling out of the graveyard target of the monster, and then keep triggering multiply. Such that. There were like one of the cards and that. I really like Seal Repel. It essentially opens up all kinds of interesting combos and spells. Where it's a computer spell is one of monsters, it's enough to something your opponent sends to you, it's enough to send you one of the monsters from your side of the temple. So it's like a slower but like better version of something like Max. Where it's like, instead of just like having a bunch of cards in your hand, just put your hand trap to like counter your opponent, you can actually just like summon powerful monsters and like just like out of the deck or like stun them. So one of the things I like to do is use that on like
Green arrow wins.
just like special something thunder thing after that. Now you can't like search or something. And you can use it multiple times in a turn. So you can like summon, potentially like stun cards or some sort of like
barrier statue kind of thing.
you know, something like, well, not barrier statues.
Begin.
Oh.
So you can probably play like tank for tops or something like that, or just have like attack and
Respect the bow.
you select the opponent's plan. But also you can bring out this card, just straight out. Or it allows you to essentially very easily summon high level monsters. To tribute monsters out of the game. Whereas sometimes you like if you use something like just use archive, making it like system or whatever, and just like some of those cards are protected, which otherwise you might not normally like try to play or at all because of high level games or something. Well, not the legendary cards. It's probably like that. Road guard. It's just like it's
Green arrow wins.
But it's just hard to summon. It's like a level 8, 3000 defense, 0 attack machine monster, and its effect is your opponent cannot attack monsters. And it's just that one line, which is a pretty simple and interesting effect. But it's on like a level 8 monster, so it's like, what are you gonna do? Tribute summon this, or like use some other effect to summon it?
Why is it that your opponent can't attack? So it's one of those things where it doesn't prevent direct attack. That's so specific. One thing that's weird is that if you tried to use Legacy of the Duelist against that, while your opponent had a monster on the field, it wouldn't work. Like, you couldn't try to attack to negate your attack to attack like a spell.
Glad I'm not Dinah.
Sometimes, like, kind of like with the where it's like, it stops you from, like, targeting in for an attack, it's still like attack directly, not to do or something like that. So if it says you can't attack monsters, does that mean I can attack directly, or does that mean I just can't attack? I'm not sure.
I think it means you can't attack if you have monsters. There's a similar card called discretion, which is choose the attack target for your opponent's attack. And it's like a 2004. Does it feel like a card kind of like that?
Green arrow wins.
Where it's just like you get to select your opponent's attack targets. So like they'll like be like, I'm attacking like this monster, and then you'll be like, okay, but I get, it's like Patrician of Darkness, I think is the card. It's like a 2000 attack level 5. Pretty good.
Begin.
But it means that I can choose what monsters attack. There's also stuff like attack and guidance armor, but in vehicle is actually better than those because it's like a level 4 2000 defense card. It's easier to summon. Or something like that. So in this deck, it's not yet, but it's ostensibly about like trying to balance. I would just think on something stuff like a neat card I'm sure the time. It's essentially like it can't be destroyed, and then a quick effect where you switch to a monster your opponent controls and makes it so that that card can be distributed and loses 500 attack
Powers? What powers?
But mainly for that like 500 attack
Respect the foe.
Dark Machine, Candy from a Thousand. So it's like pretty ideal for like summoning off the field first and also being able to use like multiply. I think one of the best places to use them is
Dinah will mourn you.
You do not want to go there.
Undertaker said, "Yay, it's fixed." Undertaker, welcome back. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your board? And do you have any discussion topics you'd like to talk about on the stream?
Green Arrow wins.
It's such a waste of an apple. Yo, Ryan. Do you think Athena knew what was gonna happen when she hit Arachne up with that herb or whatever?
Can I get some roses for Canary?
You can get more than that.
Whoa!
Because
hey,
if she's
easy
like the
take.
first spider
Begin.
to ever exist, then that herb couldn't have. She's mentioned in Justice League Dark, but that's the only like thing I've heard about her. Tell me more. Like I legitimately want to know more.
Has like magic powers. Probably like technically more weird than just like like Apple like God have magic powers. But she's just like straight up like a magic user among the gods. So like she has like the kind of like god almost like
The green despises.
So that sounds cool as fuck. Tell me more about her. Like what stories is she? What's some cool shit that she's done? Like, she sounds cool, but I'm like, what does she do, though?
I haven't read any like myths about her.
Do you think she'd be worth the Google? The Google?
I like this herb.
So many to kill, so little time.
When your opponent's lifetime is changed by a contract, that change is applied to your life becomes instead. Apply the appropriate. If you gain life points, inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent. And if you lose life points, score one pixel monster your opponent controls. So, but neither of those are particularly downside. If your opponent played something to heal them, you get the heal, and
Green
they take
Arrow
1,000
wins.
burn damage, which isn't insignificant amount.
Goodness.
Especially when you like stole their heal.
That green arrow.
And if you lose life points, you get like a removal of an opponent's card, non-targeted. So that's kind of like a win-win. Like there's no downsides, I guess, to playing. So, although it is situational, in that your opponent has to actually like do a life point change effect, but like it's definitely not like terrible in terms of running.
Nerdtinker said, "Hi, Ryan."
What?
Nerdtinker said, "Hi, Ryan." Like he specifically was saying hello to you. Ryan said hi. Let's see. Yo, wait,
Green
what the
Arrow's
fuck?
got this.
Since when?
Yo, you can get a
Sarcasm
face
is just
mask for
lost on
Green
some
Lantern.
Begin.
Like sight,
Oh, it
it's
looks
like
so
a
cool.
kind of like lightning rodding effect damage to a monster you control. So it's a normal trap where if you would take damage from a card effect one face-up monster you control loses attack equal to that damage, and if it does, that damage becomes 0. So essentially, like, you don't take the damage, your monster loses that much attack though. Which could be just better, especially if it's like a really high volume, like, effect damage, like some kind of, like, you know,
like nurse burn kind of thing?
no, not wave push and can. Like, if they trigger wave push and can, you know, for like 8 turns or something, and you're gonna take like all the damage you lose, you just be like, well, my monster loses 8,000 attack. But because, you know, they can only lose so much, it's that kind of like excess damage kind of just
Drained or
well, not just drained, but
like it ends up not affecting. I do.
If you put them in a blue eye, they only have 3,000 to lose. You can't get like negative attack. So, yeah, like 8 turns on like a wave motion cannon. There's like 5 turns worth of like damage just kind of went away. So now even if the attack blue eye is 0, you know, it's still causing less damage. So that's also
Kilowatt would have loved that.
it's also kind of the opposite of protecting your monster since they
Beware my power!
instead.
Don't get any ideas.
There's a couple cards, or at least there's one like continuous trap that I remember. Astral effect or something, where it's like it essentially protects monsters. Or it's like when your opponent's monster, the monster is attacked, the attack becomes like a direct attack. So it's like you take
Green
full
arrow
battle
wins.
damage, your monster avoids damage, such that like you can like keep its effect online or like attack or use its effect next turn or something. So like that kind of effect is sometimes useful, depending on the kind of monster you want to protect. And only if it's like by battle or something.
I was 7,000 points short of getting a second mother box off of it. I wonder, are there any decks that benefit a lot from you having like low life points, where something like that would be like especially useful?
There's self-destruct button. Which is the kind of like, yeah, self-destruct button. Yeah. Where it's, if you want to like have the difference in your life point, it's like a card that causes draws, so that like, self-destruct button is a normal trap. You can only activate this card if your life points are lower than your opponent's life points, and the difference is 7,000 or more. Both players' life points become 0. So it's one of the only cards that actually like just forces a draw, but you can only trigger it if you have a 7,000 like deficit in life points. So there are some cards you can play combo with it that like drain all your life points away. You know, something like Wall of Revealing Light, where you can just be like, I'm paying 7,000 points, and send out monsters with 7,000 less attack and attack. It also means that now you can just trade self-destruct button and then draw game. So there used to be, when that was legal, you could just do stuff like that and just constantly draw game. That was like a strat, which is weird because you can't actually win. It's just like a trollsy death thing, where it's just like, I might just draw every game, so we'll just be here forever. I guess you could win only in the sense that like cause the opponent to like get frustrated and leave like online. But in terms of like competitive play, that was not something they wanted. So there have been a bunch of changes.
That's interesting.
Things was like Ring of Destruction, like the pre-errata was, which if both players' life points are sufficiently low, or like the target was sufficiently powerful to kill both players. But in terms of that actually, you know, you can just have more than the opponent just win instead of forcing it. Like that can do draws where it's up to start button only does.
Oh, that's weird. I can only have one ability thing at a time.
Starting waypoints. What is this? Like 9 million?
Did Nerd Tanker just send you something?
No, I was looking for games being those on Video Pro and I got those saying the time limit is 34,000 seconds per turn. And the starting waypoints is 9 billion.
He just was like, what if I turn all the numbers up and see what happens? He's like, I want to play for a really long time. I hope that's alright. Are you gonna hit up a
Maybe the number of people I'll make sure that I can do as much as possible. How many did you put starting waypoints to 0?
Do you start the game and then it ends?
Control on this system, or does it like make you lose? Because that makes both players starting at 0.
Who goes first with 0 life points?
Well, you depend on who the dice roll, or the rock, paper, scissors.
What if it becomes rock, paper, scissors if you set the life points to 0? Let's see. So I completed Quivering with Pack It Up. Now I need to complete Shot in the Dark. So we're hunting down Catwoman, but this is Fascist Catwoman. This is Earth 5881. I gotta spend credits to do this. I have hella credits. Oh, and I can get epic Green Arrow gear here. That's cool.
Green Arrow.
Green Arrow's my dog. Woof woof. I want to learn more about Hecate now, or Hectate. Is it Hectate or Hecate?
Sure, like I think you can pronounce it a couple different ways.
How's it spelled?
Help me settle a friendly wager.
Whether or not you'll survive this fight?
I bet Dinah 50 you got a glass jaw.
Is a goddess of ancient
Begin.
religion and mythology of astrology. Night, light, magic, witchcraft, knowledge of birds and putting in plants, ghosts, necromancy, and sorcery. This compared to the different ethnicities, the object
If I take a selfie?
in the third part of the 8th century. The goddess of great knowledge with domains in sky, earth, and sea. Place of origin is the nature of God. She is popular following the witches of Thessaly. An important site for monasteries in Asia Minor. Lucy is one of several leaders with protector, household, alongside Zeus, Hestia, and Hades. It is also regarded with some rulership over the sea and sky.
Green Arrow wins.
More universal role as savior. One of the angels, the cosmic world soul. Regarding the nature of her cult, it was remarked, she is more at home in the fringes than in the center of Greek polytheism. Intrinsically ambivalent, polymorphous, she straddles conventional boundaries and eludes definition. She's the goddess of boundaries, crossroads, ritual.
Totally spaced on this meeting.
So what?
Would have grabbed my bigger
Yeah, I
quiver.
think that'd be fun.
Begin.
So in Lore Olympus, she's like kind of like right hand person administrator with Evie. Kind of like doing a bunch of things. And friends.
That sounds kind of weird based on the description you just gave. But the description makes it sound like she's more on the fringes of everything. So to then make her be like, I'm actually really important, like in the underworld, like I'm Hades' right-hand man. That doesn't sound as much on the fringe.
With the friends of poison, not with the friends of
I'll
like
be patsy this time.
cosmology. Great one. Whether or not Pegasus worship originated in Greece, some sources suggested that it derives from Greek root. Several potential sources, source words, willing versus sheep words for will, maybe related to that. However, no source suggested this will or willingness is a actually. This possibility. Another Greek word suggests the origin of
You're tougher than I expected.
Can't beat Taekwondo.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Are you excited?
Green Arrow wins.
This is some good gear. Maybe the Gorilla Grodd thing is good, because I don't have anything on Gorilla Grodd. The Firestorm thing is really good. Silver Age Green Arrow arms.
Ash Blossom, like Heart of Demise.
So you lose 142 plus 64, 206. Losing 206 is not good. My current arms must just be better.
This has been suggested in comparison with the attributes of the goddess Artemis, strongly associated with Apollo and frequently equated with Hecate in the classical world. Supporters of this etymology suggest Hecate was originally considered an aspect of Artemis prior to the latter's adoption into the Olympian pantheon. Artemis would have at that point become more strongly associated.
You might want to get out of here.
I will see
On
no
the
crowd.
one hand, on
I have a
original
lawnmower
darker
arrow, you know.
attributes,
Begin.
the association with magic, souls of the dead, and the night would have completely was deciphered under the title of the it sounds like it might affect Artemis. It's kind of like the witchcraft, the dark aspect of the stuff. What was explained.
So, I guess one question.
So often considered the most does not account for their worship and age of life.
The earth
When
or
their
leave.
association with Artemis seems to have been a new development. Competing theories and the attribution of darker aspects of magic were themselves not originally part of the culture. Far as
That's the power of green.
rejected a Greek etymology focus on previous point. Egyptian origin and a full
Respect the bow.
She also has like 3 different times. So like she like has this like tiny moment in the background where she like at the beginning of the day she's like really young. And by this time it's like nightfall, she's like really old.
Now
So she like rapidly
Don't
ages
get any
a whole, like,
ideas.
life over the course of the day. So a bunch of like depictions of her will say like 3 different times. So
Arrow wins.
Probably won't be able to activate because he will summon Infinity in the phase 2.
Huh. So I asked Bree her opinion on Hecate, and she said she's okay. She's considered a minor goddess, but is older than all of the gods, which is stupid. And then she said, but her domains are cool.
Well, that sounds about right. I don't know if it's stupid, it just means she probably has an older origin. Like he's Egyptian or pre-Greek or Anatolian.
Let's see. I'm gonna ask, is she prominent in the Percy Jackson books? Question mark.
I don't think so. The Percy Jackson, especially the first one, you mainly deal with the descendants of the nature Olympian gods. It's actually like a plot point that comes up.
Like the fact that she's not around very much?
No, essentially Camp Half-Blood only lets in like the major Olympian, like pantheon gods, and so the kids and like demigods of like minor gods are like excluded. So they all like are really salty, and so they like join the rebellion or whatever.
That's really confusing. I was talking to Bree about...
I am from a different realm entirely.
Man, you need a publicist.
I get that. That's not what I'm confused about. I was talking to Bree and I didn't understand why at the beginning of Lightning Thief, no one knows that Percy Jackson is like the son of Poseidon. I'm like, but he does a whole bunch of water shit. And then she was like, well, they could have thought that he was like the son of a minor water god or something. And I was like, okay, like that makes sense, but you just said they're not allowed. Right. Why would you take him to the camp if you didn't think he was the son of Poseidon, though? Right. So how did... Yeah, like, everyone knew he could do water shit beforehand because he had pulled the bitch into the fountain.
Your challenge is proving unwise.
So, I don't see how that makes any sense, like, at all.
Mind if I take a selfie? It's okay, you can match.
Thank you, Green Arrow. I called a Green Arrow assist in, but I got grabbed, so the Green Arrow assist, while I'm being grabbed, is just shooting at nothing.
You will yield.
Guess you skipped my origin story.
I don't think I've ever heard him say that. Did you hear what Green Arrow said?
Green Arrow wins.
Raiden said some bullshit to Green Arrow, and then Green Arrow said, I guess you didn't hear my origin story. And I'm like, that sounds kind of meta. I don't...
As goddess of witchcraft.
I gotta beat
The first
these
time we
90s
see
ass.
Hecate's chthonic and nocturnal nature had led to her transformation into a goddess heavily associated with witchcraft, witches, magic, and sorcery. And Lucan's
You know, there's other ways to settle this.
The green must be restored.
I have a lawnmower arrow, you know.
Begin.
Involves Hecate as her septic, who is considered an old goddess, witches, sexual, rotting goddess. Always became just aware of
Kiss before dying.
the dog is a creature of correction. Are you born appropriate
So much for the feminine mystique.
They brought up Cerberus, but did they just bring up Cerberus to describe Cerberus? Like, what was the relevance of that?
Oh, they're kind of like dogs. Because there's boundary and doorway stuff, like guardrails. And they had an earlier player.
Oh, like she might have some connection to Cerberus?
They're an animal.
Let's see. Huh, so Bree said, yeah, she's mentioned a lot in the second series.
Which would make sense, considering I think they should have more of the minor gods and their kids appearing in the second one. Based on like how the events of the first series came out. There's like potentially a lot of like interesting like powers, which these are like sacred plants, such as like all of these poisons and like, the dark magic ghost stuff, and possibly related to all that like Artemis stuff. So there's like a lot going on with like lore and like abilities. Plus they have all that like old like possible like
Oh, I got all 3 mother boxes. And I got some epic Green Arrow gear. I don't know if it's good yet though. And some Swamp Thing shit I don't care about. Hey yo. See, I don't have a 30+ character, and this world goes away in like 5 hours. That's that shit I don't like. Cyborg of Earth 1689 went missing after his memory unit was hacked by Grid. Locate and apprehend Cyborg so we can reboot his system before Grid deletes his childhood. What? Before he deletes his child? That's a very specific thing we're trying to stop. And then Raven will assist you. Raven's not even a playable character in this game, so it's interesting that you can get a Raven assist on this world. Okay. Let's customize your boy Green Arrow. Are you having a fun night so far, Ryan? For a minute, I thought you were asleep. Are you asleep?
No, I'm not asleep.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit.
I can't make me sneeze.
Ryan's coming up with new stuff today. Let's see. Yeah, those Silver Age classic arms are not very good. I guess that's why we left those hoes in the Silver Age. Hey, there you go, Ryan, chilling in the dark. Oh, it's bright too. It's bright as fuck. That's interesting. I can like almost just not see it at all. Oh, he's showing me his duel.
So I used card exchange this card, which is pretty cool. Lets you exchange your entire hand for your opponent. You don't like exchange with you like exchange one card. It's just the whole hand. So I stole this hand of like Pot of Desires, Lightning Storm, Cyber Dragon. And I gave him some like shitty like Mega monsters that probably can't like combo with any of his Cyber Dragons. But you can still do core, like top deck core, and and then activated and got some searches and stuff. So that's really
Things sound like they get
doing a thing. Oh, you're working right without any time. Oh, this one.
Let's see. What was Uproar? Seemingly trapped in a time loop. Earth 1154 is exceedingly stable and has been deemed a useful location for carrying out combat training. What? Ryan, there's a world that's stuck in a time loop.
Because I can potentially activate this lightning storm and just destroy all these monsters.
An eruption of mystical lightning from the Rock of Eternity has electrified this location.
Green arrow.
So I can like try and swing at Fortress. Consider that I don't think no damage.
Begin.
The battle is like monster outside. That's something.
Guy with a bow.
There's this thing called Electric Green, where essentially the Rock of Eternity, where Shazam gets his powers from, is like overloaded, and it's causing an entire area of the world to just randomly be electrified. So it's like the floor is lightning on occasion. Which I think is an interesting premise. I don't know what the hell they would do for Injustice 3.
There is a storm coming.
The hell I'm running away.
Green arrow wins.
So I guess on Cyber Dragon I'm in the deck, which will be monster. I have cloning. Probably
Begin.
Hold on to clone and some impressive card.
Telekinetic grip. Ryan, you roasted the shit out of somebody recently that was like a DC Comics character, and I can't remember who it was.
The what?
It was the turtle. Yeah, you were like unnecessarily aggressive about the turtle in the Still Force recently.
Oh.
I was fighting Gorilla Grodd, and for some reason it reminded me that you roasted somebody. I think it's because Gorilla Grodd once had a baby strapped to his chest, that I think was connected to like the Sage Force or something. Ooh, purple
This is gonna be
blue.
good.
You really think so?
I bet dying of 50 you got a glass jaw.
Begin.
I like this hurt. Sandbagging me.
Oh, you're still reading about it? Feel free to share the info, boy. I too am interested in the knowledge. I wonder what would have happened if Athena accidentally had put the herb on herself.
Green Arrow wins.
Whatever it was, it made the first spider. Just still really weird. Like, what was it for? Why did Athena have it in the first place? Like, even if Hecate knew what it would do, Hecate would communicate that to Athena by going, like, if you put this on somebody...
Athena's the goddess of wisdom. Swords of slime and also 3 of those.
An overabundant supply of the super drug has substantially enhanced the durability of heroes and villains. Yo, so it's an area of the world where, like, people have a ton of access to the drug that gives you, like, Superman strength, and they're somehow, like, beyond normal Superman strength. So it's not even like an overdose thing where it's like you take too much and it kills you. It's like you take more than normal and you're like better than normal Superman strength and durability. That's kind of wild. What are your thoughts on that? Like where you just take more and it's like, now I'm better than Superman. Right now I'm fighting a version of Poison Ivy in the multiverse who
Long
has
story, but I'm here to
who has higher durability than Superman. That sounds wild. The Poison Ivy already has some really fucking crazy feats. She once took over literally everyone on the planet except for Batman and Catwoman. Though I will say that story has a lot of like dumb shit in it.
Mind if I take a selfie?
I'm pretty sure Catwoman one-hits the Flash in that story. Ooh, that was cool. We had to do it, so.
Green Arrow wins.
The Green Arrow is looking pretty snazzy in this current gear setup. I like the colors. Ooh, but did we get some new gear? We got some Firestorm gear. Oh, he got a Rip Hunter related thing. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. One of my gear pieces was from Earth 3. I'm not sure if it still is, though. Bum, bum.
Begin.
I wonder what is Earth 3 Green Arrow like. I'm not sure if I've ever seen it.
Quiver's not empty yet.
I was wrong. It's not that I'm fighting a whole bunch of enemies who have an abundance of the super drug.
My kingdom
I
for a
have
spray
an abundance
bottle.
of the super drug. I'm Green Arrow, but I have like the enhanced like durability of like beyond Superman level durability. Biggest dickest Green Arrow.
Green Arrow wins.
That Green Arrow gear is horrible. That's one of the worst Green Arrow gear pieces I've seen. Maybe it's random who has it. Because the first fight I may not have had the armor, but the second fight I did. Ooh, a black and yellow cow.
You might want to get out of here.
Aren't you the least bit curious?
You'd probably say no, huh?
Begin.
Recently on an episode of the Elseworlds Exchange, which is a show that's on Comic Pop, they brought up how Young Justice and Avengers Earth Mightiest Heroes both kind of use like the... It's like it's not using any specific version of the characters, but more trying to be as kind of true to like what you would imagine the characters would feel, if that makes sense.
Just be glad I'm not Dinah.
It's not quite the same. It's not quite the, like... Because the point is that instead of being just like the comics or just like the movies,
My kingdom
it's
for a spray bottle.
just, you show it to someone and it's immediately recognizable what it is without being something specific. In other words, saying that it's comic accurate is taking away from what we're trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, it's the idea that it's generalized. Right. Ooh, Catwoman with this hop. She short hopped over the fucking hurdle. That was kind of sweet. I'm now level 22 Green Arrow, Ryan. I just need 8 more levels, and I'll have level 30 Green Arrow. I just got a weird Flash torso. I won't equip it. Doom, doom, doom. I can't tell what Ryan's currently doing. He's just staring. Are you playing the Yu-Gi-Ohs? You just got 3 mother boxes. 3 of them things? 3 of them things. And I got 2 more mother boxes just because. Okay. It's a summer heat wave, and crime is on the rise. Stop a gang of 5 multiversal doppelgangers from wreaking havoc. Interesting.
Green Arrow.
It's kind of weird that one of them is the Joker. It's like, sure, it is a multiversal doppelganger or whatever, but it's not unexpected that the Joker would be like on a crime wave.
Begin.
That just sounds like normal Joker. Some of the other ones are straight up like, this is like a superhero that's like a multiversal doppelganger that's on the crime. It like has implications about like this world. Like, oh, Black Canary's a bad guy here? You know, like, that's more fascinating than, like, Joker's a bad guy here. Excuse me. My bad. He broke out of my grab and took me a minute to realize.
Green Arrow wins.
There are a lot of dead bodies in the Joker's Carnival area. Ooh, I wish you the best of luck in your game, Ryan. Tell me more about your deck.
The one who got there. I don't know, there's a whole back for me.
Let's not fight, dear.
Call it a lover's quarrel.
Does that
This
mean less
Black Canary
bruising?
design is
Begin.
kinda clean. I like it. I definitely think that she's the biggest in this game. This is kind of weird. They're having me do a match against a level 10 character. Like, it's not scaled, so it's heavily linked.
Green Arrow
The
wins.
bitches here are kind of weak. Ooh. I got a Batman ability that allows me to, like, summon my Batarangs back. Ooh. Let's see. So I asked Bree which Percy Jackson books does she think that I'll buy with the most, and she's like either Titan's Curse or
You're a
Last
Grodling, huh?
And I'm like, why do you think
Just don't
I
know
will
where
buy
he ends
with
and you
those
begin.
Begin.
in particular? So let me plug in my phone and then I can pay attention to this fight. Because Bane isn't doing shit. It was level 10 head-ass. Oh, you can't grab him when he's frozen in midair. That makes sense, I suppose. What doesn't make sense is freezing people in midair with ice. You'd still fall on them. It's so weird fighting.
Quiver's not empty yet.
Green Arrow wins.
Care to dance?
Begin.
I like this girl. Now where's that sleeping gas arrow?
What do you think is the least interesting Superman family? Who do you think is the least interesting member of the Superman family?
Can't believe you've lasted this long.
You find him the
Survival's
least
kind of my
interesting?
thing.
What's the most interesting thing from the super dog you really got?
He has like human level intelligence, but he also has all the powers of Superman.
Is that an interesting thing that he's got?
Yeah, because I don't think one of Superman's powers is having human level intelligence.
Green Arrow
You know what I
wins.
mean? Like, why isn't he just a dog with Kryptonian
One of
abilities?
the things that Zero Rebirth can do, though, is it can just summon god cards out of the deck. Like, those cards that, like, you summon out the deck, they can just be god cards. They'll, like, go away at the end of the turn. So just go to the graveyard. But, like, you can just, like, summon, go get out the card.
Begin.
I can't really
But you think crypto is less interesting? No.
That's something you've done. Or just like, what have you done with that human level intelligence?
Possibly murdered clay critter.
Green Arrow wins.
He the cat wants to fuck Crypto the super dog. That's one.
Unknown.
For reasons unknown. There's mystery around Crypto. There are questions that we want the answers to.
Not anything that he's done though. It's just like stuff around him. Something he might have done. Something someone else wants to do to him. Like something. You know, like a status effect that he has. Something smarter than I'm fucking dumbass element. Plasma, which does they gave a bunch of my monsters. Bradbury was already on the field unaffected by it.
Beatrice DaCosta, aka Fire, has lost control of her pyrokinesis. Oh shit. That's an interesting idea.
Green Arrow.
Right now I'm doing a mission in Injustice 2 where you can only play as a character that has like a certain amount of defense or more. So when I went to character select, it was like all the characters were unselectable except for Green Arrow. And in my mind I'm like, why not just only show the one guy instead of showing like everybody, but only one of them is
I am
like
from a different
able to
realm
be picked.
entirely.
Man, you need a publicist.
Begin.
Oh shit! In this world, because Fire's lost control of her powers, if you hit someone, they burst into flame. Luckily, I haven't been hit yet, so... Fuck that. Shit, I got hit. Even when I freeze him, he's still on fire. Be careful getting hit by the dick really hard. I know Nightwing always be swinging them as
Green Arrow wins.
Let's see. That makes sense. Bree says that I'll vibe with the Percy Jackson books that she mentioned because they have the best writing out of the 5 and character development. I'm gonna ask, have you ever written Percy Jackson fan fiction? Question mark.
What's the better question to ask first? Have you read it before you read it?
Not necessarily, no.
It's easier to read something than to write something.
That's debatable on how interested you are in reading versus writing things.
No, I mean just in terms of doing the activity, it's easier to like just read a thing than to write a thing.
Again, depends on how interested you are.
Oh, right, like writing things like time and like things you did on your creating something.
It takes attention to read something. You can kind of just like not care enough to like read something, but be like hyped to really want to write something.
You're a poor imitation.
You do not want to go there.
Green Arrow wins.
And I got that, probably someone rather come up your own view or something.
I have a plan. Plan's currently not going as expected.
Oh, the sunrise is just so much better than that other hero just put out. It's like,
Well, this is gonna hurt.
like
I will
zero like
win.
normal monster. Like, oh god.
Wow, Kitty's got claws.
Begin.
They use like the worst heroes, like the first gen like normal monsters. Or like at best, it's like you're playing like Leo's heroes. Gemini, like attack. That's like the best hero normal.
People laugh at the foe.
Neos aliens, and like he's kind of like, you know, like Gemini, like hero death back in the day. Like that was like meta. For people honest. Hero. So it's got position, man.
Green Arrow wins.
I think store like artifacts or battle, maybe just store a bunch of stuff. And that's what I can do.
Begin.
We're just gonna wait for the attack. That's fine.
I just got hit by a prosopis with an alligator while I was on fire.
Just be glad I'm not Dino.
I'll rip off your limbs.
Promise?
Weird thing to say. I get that they recycle lines in these things for the dialogue, but sometimes the line recycling comes off very weird. It'd be fine if they just only recycle lines where it sounded right, like when it seemed appropriate.
Green Arrow wins.
But when a prophet is asked to rip off your arms, then you say promise. I get that it's supposed to be like kind of sarcastic, but it still doesn't come off right. Man, I got all Green Arrow gear, and it's all booty. Oh, also, can you still hear me well? I moved the laptop so that I could charge it while playing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, ball.
You know, there's other ways to settle this.
Oh, but I miss our little chat.
It's not the chatting that worries me.
Begin.
Easy enough. What? Oh, fucking kill me! But I have to do 1,000 damage before I can blow him away raw.
Oh.
I like how you were like so ready to beat him like 2 seconds
like,
before.
Because Ron can just gain all the attack and then attack all your opponent's monsters once and then direct them. So just attack them all of the time with the 7,000 attack. And you can just like bullet barrel and search out bullets.
That was cool. I liked that. I like point blank shot
Green
Harley
Arrow
Quinn with
wins.
an arrow, and because she was dying of burn damage, the arrow didn't do much, but it was like just enough. The way that it hit her and the way that she died made it almost look like she died from like a mosquito bite. Like it was weird how subtle the hit was, but it was oddly satisfying too. Dude, I'm kicking ass. So I've already done Untouchable, I already did Stampede, and I already did Blood and Sweat. I already did Past the Flame. I've done everything on this world. That's really cool. Okay. I think Hacked would be the next world I'd have to go to. Demonic possession has to be completed to do that one. Find the demon must be complete to do that one. Rampage. Here's find the demon. Okay, so I'll do find the demon. This world seems like something that I can do while my
Green
character's
arrow.
still
I'll
alive.
win this turn, I'll win next turn, but we're fighting wrong.
Ooh. I wish you the
have
best
the
of luck.
Millennium Revelation searching Lust for More. I did that last time. Ra is in the graveyard. Plus, so is Wicked Friendly. No, I don't want to help me this time. Maybe I should add some cards that can, like, revive cards out of the graveyard.
This is gonna be good.
Like a trap.
Justice
Call the Hunter or
requires
something.
order.
Like,
You
like,
and 100
kill it,
other petty despots.
and then summon it out of the deck. Or just try and go harder on, like, Sea of Reverse. To just summon them out. I only like one copy. And even with, like,
It's okay.
good.
This Raven assist is
Revival.
The quiver's not empty yet.
frosted up. I should have used the Raven assist one, because when you use it
Green
during
arrow
a combo,
wins.
it's good at extending. Not just you keep hitting it. It'll just hit the ground. Do you think your opponent's going to be able to, like, last minute get out of their situation? Excuse me?
And he's comboing off, so he probably just can combo really hard and kill me. Like, he's got Dread Destination on the field, Detonator.
Butterfly
so that can, like,
boy.
boost the attack
Begin.
by a lot, and he's summoning probably like Arc Ball. 3,100 attack. He's still going off. He's gonna get dark. Probably summon that
For a Star City welcome.
malicious Bane guy or whatever. They probably. And it's second and third fusion monster, and then just its sheer attack power. They're calling to go to malicious Bane, and then using Destiny to summon the
Green
Destiny
arrow
Bane
wins.
guy. Hero combo decks are pretty interesting in that they are able to utilize, like with the Vision heroes, you're able to like utilize like all of the different like kind of hero types. Like he's got the extra hero, mask hero, double hero, and
Begin.
Destiny hero. Now you just need to use your monster to kind of round them all up. Yeah, it's just.
When did you listen to Don't Stop Believing Me?
It was on the radio a week ago.
I went to check out somebody's like TikTok page or whatever, and they played a song.
Okay, you can nap.
That actually is a good point. I have no idea what a TikTok like page, like if there is a special name for it. It might be a channel.
Like, with the tank. Because Legacy of the Demon stopped all extra deck monsters from attacking.
Ooh.
They turn that on. All those big monsters can't do shit. Right now.
arrow wins.
So I should just deal with a monster reborn and kill it.
I can't remember what I was talking about beforehand. Okay, cool. So now to do demonic possession.
Green arrow.
Oh yeah, but I watched a TikTok from that person that had like a short snippet of a song. And the short snippet of the song had like a beat that I heard before.
Can't dystopia
Surrender. You're tugging on the wrong cape. One person can make a difference.
Superman designs.
Begin.
So the TikTok had like a snippet of the song, and I recognized the beat, but I didn't recognize the lyrics. I had heard the song like sampled before, but I never heard what the original song was. So I checked out the original song, and it's Jennifer by this guy named Trinidad something. It's really good. This is fun.
Honestly, also isn't really good enough because I have Gregory over here. He's getting all his monsters.
Oh, that's kind of
Green arrow wins.
that board's looking empty.
It's pretty much like a whoever goes second wins kind of match. Where like if he can just like go second and combo off, he can pretty much just kill anything that I would like normal summon like turn 1. Because mainly I try to go like turn 2 when there's like a day as well. Unless I can get
Can I get some roses for Canary?
Out,
You can get more
and
than
then I can just special summon gods after that.
Whoa, hey,
On
she's
his
taken.
turn, like
Begin.
we get Avatar or like Avalanche, and then just use his board to them. No, I am excited to, in a few days, whenever they get around to it, I will make a God card on the EDO Pro, so then I'll be able to combine them with these manga, like, already superpowered, normally super incredible, like, versions of the gods. Like, obviously, they'll use their whole field, they'll take 4,000,
Guy with a bow.
and they'll, like, try to maybe destroy the whole background of the game card, and then use their field. And, like, attack. Or, like, do, like, the infinite attack after, like, wiping out that whole way happen. Or, like, a swipe to play. And that could be pretty cool.
Green arrow wins.
Are you feeling the sleepy guy?
No, not really. It's only like 9:25.
That is true. I still need to finish reading Talentless Nana at some point. I'm getting closer to like the latest chapter. I think I'm like 11 chapters.
Think you can handle a bow? I'd much rather show than tell. Fine, loser does dishes.
Begin.
Weird to say that to you, a clone. Like, it's not even a clone, it's like an alternate universe version of yourself. Like, you're gonna both go home to your own independent houses and do, like, is he gonna come to your universe to do your dishes?
Respect the bow.
So weird setup. That was kind of
Here we can see Jen's me.
And to think I paid for a sitter.
it was accurate. Some of my favorite Ace Fame jokes are when someone says like a word, and then the other person interrupts them and then says another word that only kinda sounds like what the person says, and then they go, no, something else. He does it a lot in this one In Love with Mary Jane episode, where it's Wolverine and Jean Grey talking, and Wolverine goes, what? And then Jean Grey goes, what? Water? Nah, I'm not thirsty. But anyways, you can get ass feed in the Snapchat, and then he's like, huh? And it's like, Honda? No, I drive a Acura. It's like, I don't know. It's something weird about it. It's like a weird, like indirect shit on thing. So what's currently going on in Savage? Why is it cut like that? Oh, it's a window. I thought it was 2 panels. I was like, that's weird.
Why got killed and murdered?
So has Bruce ever sat you down for...
He's dating this lady now.
How young do you think I am?
Begin.
I wish him the best of luck. But when I was saying cut, I meant like the panel. I did. Wait, whatever happened to him being a guy? Like, you know how the guy was turning into...
That got resolved. There's like this like cosmic kind of like powerful dude that was Ward. Because Ward was a pile of like people, but they were on top of a guy. And that guy was like some like Dr. Fate kind of guy. And he's just like, yo, I can't. He's like the arch enemy like rifle of like Cadaver. Cadaver is like a kind of like mummy person with a more chaos sort of thing. And that they like go in water and fighting each other for whatever.
I wonder how far my dad is into Invincible. It sounded like he was gonna try and finish Invincible by like the end of the week or something. Or at least get like a good bit through.
We have Batman and not Batman. What's his name? Sergeant Marvel. He's totally...
I actually don't know who Sergeant Marvel is.
Oh, he's a member of the SOM? He's head of the Chicago brain. That like replaced or Dragon was with. But he really rubs Dragon the wrong way. By being like kind of uptight and Batman-y. Like, humorless. And so the Dragon's just like, oh.
That's interesting.
Still such a sour.
Eric Larson in interviews has described like an early Savage Dragon concept that was kind of more like that like a utility belt and shit. The Raven assist is really good. It adds block pressure on your opponent. It also helps extend combos, and it also helps to interrupt your opponent's combo. Like you can then take your turn with it. It's really cool.
Quiver's not empty yet.
What he looks like. He's like brown and green. Looks kind of like a Ninja Turtle if a Ninja Turtle was dressing like Batman.
His outfit is very gross looking. It's like the colors. I don't know. I see where you're coming from with the Ninja Turtle thing, with like his middle body. I don't like all the brown stuff. I'd almost prefer if he was like green everywhere where he's wearing. That's not very Batman.
Well, he's not Batman.
I know. I'm just saying, it'd be
Green Arrow wins.
Actually Batman. He's an expected E type. So he's totally
I wonder if him having a gun and looking like Batman is supposed to be like some kind of commentary. Like, I'm curious what Eric Larson's opinion is on like whether or not Batman should or shouldn't use a gun. Because a lot of people have different like stances on whether or not Batman should just be using a gun. Let's see. So now I'm gonna do Soulless.
Green Arrow.
I'm getting closer and closer to being able to just do any multiverse world I want. I just need to hit 30. Once I hit level 30, I don't think anything can stand in my way. Unless I hit level 30 and they reveal that there are areas you can't do until you hit like level 40. That'd be a bitch.
Totally
But I don't
spaced
think
on
that's
this
the thing.
meeting.
Then you'd accept my challenge?
You'd probably say no, huh?
Begin.
Class of villain.
I'm immune to your trickery.
Who says I need arrows?
While watching a documentary about the Greek gods, one of the researchers mentioned like a story that I didn't fully understand because it didn't seem like it had a real ending. It was like a normal dude sees Aphrodite in disguise, and Aphrodite's like, "Yo, you trying to like smash?" And the dude's like, "No, you're too pretty. You're likely a goddess. I don't want no smoke. Like, I don't want to do anything with like a god." And then she's like, "Nah, I'm just from like the town over. Like, that's why you don't know me or whatever. Like, let's fuck." And then they fuck, and then she reveals like, "I'm a god." And then the guy is like, "Oh no!" And that's all they said. Like, I thought something was gonna happen. Like, there was gonna be like a consequence or something. It seemed like the consequence was him being like, "I didn't want to do that," and that was about it. I'm curious if there was like more to the story.
Help me settle a friendly wager.
Trust me, the gun's colder.
Does that mean less bruising?
Begin.
That's embarrassing. Now where's that sleeping gas arrow?
Yeah. Captain Cold has one of those weird lights. It's weird to call it a stage transition, but when he does his super, it's like you're no longer in the location you're fighting. I think that's weird. Because he doesn't seem like the kind of character who would be able to like transport you somewhere. It's like he takes you to a winter wonderland instead of making like ice all over
Green
whatever
Arrow
environment
wins.
you're in. I've never I said the wrong thing. I've never been a big fan fiction person, period.
You know, there's
I
other ways
am
to settle
interested
this.
in
But I've been
XPs.
practicing.
Still wipe the floor with you.
Begin.
I like how the AI for Injustice 2 sometimes will just not hit you. Like sometimes you'll like be AFK and it seems like it's really polite, like unnecessarily so. I feel like there's a lot that you could do with the like editor's note thing that I was telling you about before, Ryan. I just imagined a character who's like, I collect gadgets that people leave behind. Like you could have a guy who's like, I have arrows that I picked up that like Green Arrow dropped, and I have like shurikens that were left over by like Batman and stuff like that. Because there are plenty of heroes who have stuff where it's like I use it and then I leave it. So it's kind of like you're like a collector of other people's superhero gear. I wonder how you can make that apply to like other characters. The only thing that Superman ever leaves behind are his suits. Like his like Clark Kent suits, but that's not gonna get you anywhere. Oh, Ryan, did you know that orange sun radiation has an effect on Superman?
What?
Orange sun radiation has an effect on Superman. Like, it's not just yellow suns and blue suns. So orange sun, or magic suns. Well, red suns, the whole thing is that it doesn't give him anything.
It's magic sun.
And it is true that
It
magic
sounds like a
suns.
lot of
True. The orange suns make him start to lose his memory and they don't give him power. So he starts to run out of power, but he also is like, who am I? It's like an amnesia sun. Which I think is kind of dumb.
That's incredible. Superman.
My bad. Orange sun makes him lose his memory. Doesn't give him any power.
I know, I wouldn't have been, but the words.
Green Arrow wins.
My bad. It's probably due to the audio of the game. Because you are now closer to the game due to how the charging is set up. Those Green Arrow arms are ass. And so is... Man, why are you gonna give me all these lame Green Arrow pieces? Give me something good. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, but Ryan, I think it's dumb that there's a sun that makes Superman lose his memory. All the other ones are like, he either gets a boost or he doesn't get a boost because he's powered by solar radiation. But that makes sense. But why would it have any effect on his memory?
I am smarter than you think.
There's you and 100 other petty despots.
Begin.
Like, do you think it makes
Then we
sense?
live like.
I suppose, because Kryptonite, I agree, does have...
Some sort of radiation that kind of like blocks out and like negates his yellow sun generating powers, but like red or like platinum, like why do these do all that?
Figured.
Now where's that sleeping gas arrow?
Same one. Is there an utopic monster? Dragon equipped here. They're gonna Utopia red. it's a new rank 5, 2500, 2,000. Light Warrior exceeds 3 level 5 monsters. This card's name is always treated as number 39 Utopia Red. Once per turn, when this card targets with an attack or by card effect, you can equip one ZW monster from your hand or deck to this card as its
Green Arrow wins.
its own effect. Once per turn, you can detach one tier from this card, then target face up cards your opponent controls up to the number of ZW monsters equipped to this card negative damage. So it's for like ZW-based Utopia strategy. Okay. It doesn't look like it has like an inherent attaching ability. So
How could you turn on
have to use, like,
Batman?
a rank one.
Order is true justice.
Oppression
So
is
summon
an
it
order,
out.
punk.
And then when it
Begin.
does, that's kind of weird. Targeted by card effect triggering. I always feel it's kind of odd considering that like, normally you'd want like protection. That like, unless the triggering is to like actually just protect it. Like unless you're targeting it with one of your own cards, like this, maybe this thing. But like, so it can equip one from the deck or the hand, which is cool. So it can like boost its attack really high or something. Potentially by like 1,000 or more. It could be like up to like 2,000 or so. If it's attacked, you can attack the material and target this equipment. W monster equipped and
Green
so
Arrow
just negate a
wins.
bunch of monster effects. It doesn't seem that great, to be honest. Like, maybe not worth summoning like a, you know, Numeron Force or something before. Like, at that point you'd rather just play like, going into like the, like Utopia Beyond or whatever that could like, negate a bunch of artifacts.
Begin.
Easier. Or just go into like the lightning or something and then just like clip a VW to that. Hell. Like already not, I don't think very popular or efficient often to play with Utopia. I was thinking about this earlier. Like watching a guy do play with like Galaxy. Actually, he has some Axion. Where it's like cards that support extra deck monsters, like spell and trap support, are often really bad. Like, and I guess the rule, like, unlike say monsters or something that support extra deck monsters that can actually use materials for their summoning, like a spell or trap that support, you know, like the kind of like counter trap, like siege monster. Like, but that's not like before, or something that actually helps you summon a thing, like that, like will attach itself or like decrease the amount of material, or something like that.
It's more likely to kill.
Yeah, it's like that card you drew needs to have like an Xyz monster on the field. And if you drew this card, there's one less card that could be used with a red or like a tin goldfish and it's actually summoning you. So like, I think you're probably drawing this card without an Xyz because you
Green
drew
Arrow
this card
wins.
instead of a card that would help you summon one. Or you like, yeah, so you just like rather have cards that just let you like spam out more Xyz monsters or something than whatever it is. And usually they're not even worth that like amount of like breaking potential. You know, it's just like some
This
random
explains
ass
my hay fever.
Begin.
tier like effect. It's not worth running. And that's why a lot of the cards are played. You know, like, where I feel like all of, like, exceed their cost. It's just like, oh, you can, like, do a bunch of things versus, like, you know, like, spell cards based on, like, attaching materials. Like, none of these are good or worth playing if you already need, like, a multiple material, or, like, multiple card costs, like, invest. At which point, just, like, try and, like, play a good Exceeds and have that be, like, like, whatever the effect you put on that total count, just put that effect on the Exceeds monster, and it's not gonna break. You know, and then you have those other parts based, like, you know, for, like, 60 or deck hit, or, like, handcraft, like, some other actual good cards. And a lot of those cards are never, like, solved play, like, even back in the day, like, when Eric sometimes they'll more train in that, support that will help you actually, like, summon and properly support the extra monsters.
Green Arrow wins.
That's just an extremely good
with a bunch of, like, oh yeah, like, track cards, if, like, you know, Synchro Monster does this, or Synchro Monster does that. It's like, this card isn't helping me summon Synchro Monsters. So, like, you know, the kind of, like, Synchro combo decks, which is, like, you know, like, playing Synchro or something, it's like, the ideal, like, feel for that is just summon out the Synchros, and then the Synchros, you know, with something like Trishula, have, like, removal and, like, hand destruction options, or, like, you play, like, Desynchro, which would let you, like, combo into it again to, like, trigger its effect again, or something like that. Like, those kind of things just rely on summoning the Synchro to carry the game. Which is what you should do anyway.
Green
just
Arrow.
summon better Synchro. Whatever kind of, like, Synchro equip card, or, like, Synchro-based trap, or some other nonsense like that, just doesn't work well. That's why, like, especially, like, when you have, like, these kind of, like, generic-y type things, where it's, like, if it's an archetype, well, at least you will have, like, archetype, like, main deck monsters, probably, some sort of, like, searcher that allows you to, like, tap into it, even if you have, like, main deck. But for, like, these, like, ZW cards and stuff, like, it's not like the ZWs are, like, four common, like, archetypes. They're just, like, clips on you already, so you can just break them with the W.
Gotcha.
Maybe it, like, was some kind of, like, card. Or it's, like, always good enough to that'd be cool. A whole bunch of those cards are just a lot better, because essentially just cannot be destroyed by battle most of the time on, like, all of them, unless you're doing, like, some, like, Exceed there and there match, or some Exceed there, like, duel back in the day when everyone was playing numbers. But, like, nowadays, a lot of people just don't. Especially, like, this kind of, like, toolbox.
That's embarrassing.
You used to do that. So, like,
I was listening.
like, it's harder to destroy. A lot of people aren't
Looking back on that. I definitely agree with you that it'd be a lot cooler if numbers had their cannot be destroyed by non-number monsters as like a rule, rather than that one card that tries to make it a thing, but it's like a continuous trap or whatever.
Respect the bow.
You're bending, Arrow.
But I won't break.
I didn't want that to be the case for some reason. They're like, oh, then everyone will just be able to spam out tons of, like, cannot be destroyed effect. Like, everyone will just have, like, tons of like these like marshmallows, but they're actually like strong. You know, like 2,000, 2,500, bunch of attack. Like that's pointing to deal with. Essentially, you just have to have like
Cyborg wins.
a whole lot of like monster, like destruction removal or something, like dark holes or something to just like remove them off the board. Back in the day, but like, I don't know.
Begin.
It sounds like you have cards like Utopia would just be like, looking forward to continuing with that kind of like, you know, summon like a monster out of the extra deck for free, or like these reborn type things. You can just like use that to fight people, you know, it's like, oh, now I'm summoning like a wall monster. All these cards are like punching into wall monsters. But all these like, because like a lot of them right, and like numbers, they're just not good. They're not like really good. You know, baby Trigon. It's like, this card is like kind of terrible. But if they all can reach one of the battles, at least now it has some time. That's a choice they decide not to do.
Booyah!
I like this earth.
Do you think that trap thing that they made to make it where they couldn't be destroyed by battle, if it was like a field play spell card, it would be better?
No, like, it's still kind of the same problem. I mean, making Nickabenson is like marginally better because like Terraform Metaverse Searcher. What's that other card? It's like set rotation or whatever. Do that. Yeah, like it makes a bunch of cards marginally better, but it still would fall into the category of like. I feel like that trap was, but the trap was like, well, we'll just like actually like, give them a separate card that gives it that. They were saying that they're making like these like Wind Dragon raw cards. It's like, well, we didn't actually make it like good or like even like as usable as it was, and like these kind of like famous like anime attacks and effects. So we'll just like make
Cyborg
those
from
into,
my
like,
Earth is a lot more mellow.
and, like support cards.
Bet he didn't see his friends get
You know,
nuked.
you can use those
Point
effects,
taken.
I guess, if you go to a deck and
Begin.
have all the support in that. But for that, at least to have this kind of like raw base, at least the number one card. For number one, like at that point, you'd rather probably play some better cards that does similar things. Like, play something like Loser, you know, win the battle, something like that. Which is also searchable, like, kick on. It's like, just search out that, and that'll do a similar thing. Or it's just a better thing, because you can use it like all just having them not be used like that. Maybe if like the field stuff had like other effects, like, you know, because you could make a decent field, you know, and like one of the and then have maybe like another effect or two. Decrease the amount of material you go through. Some of those like 3 materials here, like lets you like, you know, sort of like Gaga down, changing the level over the thing. monster, you know, like material monster. As long as you don't you
Green
put
Arrow
stuff like
wins.
that into a decent, like, or semi that, you know, kind of combine some of these other, like, anime cards into, like, one card. And then make that a real spell. It probably wouldn't still be played, because, like, what deck is playing that? Like, some, like, Exceed archetype thing, you know, like Galaxies, or, like, Gagagas or something. Like, those cards probably just have, like, better archetypal support than the generic, like, Exceeds field spell. But in terms of, like, EDO Pro, there are a whole lot of really, really good Exceed support cards. That's just like, this is like a spell, like a continuous spell, and it's like, and it becomes 2 materials for like an Exceed spell. So you can just like Exceed summon a monster for free, because it can just be like any material. So it doesn't matter if it's like level 8 material, level 10 material, level 4 material. It can just be any material for like an Exceed summon. And other cards that can just like give free materials, essentially, like attaching them to other cards. There's a whole bunch of cards like that. There's one card that like lets you like draw for like every like number monster you control, or like draw for, like a bunch of like materials and stuff. So there's quite a bunch of like really good, like generic, like anime and like seed stuff, as well as accessing all of those like anime versions of the numbers that are all
That's hilarious. Powers? What powers?
Give in to me.
Some gals don't know when to quit.
There's been should get 33% back. And we'll just chip all that away with the boxing of arrows that we haven't been using the whole map. Level 23. I just need 7 more levels to go. Oh, sorry, level 24. I just need 6 more levels to go. That's not a good bow. But Godzilla, how's your night so far? I'm glad that you were able to tune in after all.
Begin.
Respect the bow.
Oh boy, Rain over here doesn't want to stop it. We're in a red, green, yellow color scheme.
Get green about the gills.
Robin also has red green again. Yeah, I'm like, how many characters can I think of who have that specific color? In recent years, Robin's more green elements, I feel like, have been made black. Which takes away from the original concept that his suit is inspired by, like, Robin Hood.
Green Arrow wins.
Or at the very least, his identity is inspired by her. I also like the concept that he's called Robin because he's like a member of the Flying Graysons, and he's called Robin because of like his aerial acrobatics. That's like not a bad idea either, and it makes sense with his origin.
Begin.
Godzilla said, I'm fine. Hey, I'm glad to hear that you're doing fine, Godzilla. Ryan wanted to wish you guys a happy Veterans Day. Are you guys enjoying your time?
Yeah, I want to know if you guys had a favorite
Am I gonna need trick bullets?
Kinda blows your whole dead shot thing.
You know, I'm like, maybe my line is my favorite one time, because it like exposes just a little bit of the genocidal nature of the Vietnam War the Americans were perpetrating against innocent people. We killed like, what, 3 to 4 million people in Vietnam? For no particular good reason. There's no reason that they had to die, other than that the United States didn't like reason a little bit of the capitalist, like, you know, financial, like, resource exploitation in Vietnam that they took over from, like, the French. And so they killed 4 million people.
Oh, there's a TikTok trend, right? Where people are going to parks and saying, the government doesn't want you to know this, but ducks are free. And they're like grabbing the ducks and like taking them home. What are your thoughts on
that? They're in the comments. Like, that is dangerous. You're taking like wild animals. I mean, it's the same that for any other animal. Like, go down to Florida. Well, maybe not any animal, because some of them are endangered. Like, you run into like some like big snake, a rattlesnake. Be like, oh, people don't want to. The government doesn't want you to know. Rattlesnake. You can just right then and like kills you or something. You know, like.
Sarko Romero said saludos. Yo, Sarko. Welcome to the Streams. Good to have you. As you go, if you have a question for your boy, Indian discussion topics.
Feels like old times. You do not want to go there.
Certain animals you're just straight up not allowed to have. But it does seem interesting that ducks are an animal. There's no like rule where you're not supposed to take them, but I think they're also pretty okay pets. My dad had a duck when he was a kid. He's told me about it. He's like, if the call fell with Ryan. Sarko said, good job. Oh, thank you, Sarko. I appreciate the good wishes. Calling Ryan back. Oh, that's a way better green arrowhead. Goodness. My green arrowhead was sorry. Arrowhead is interesting. It makes me think of the part of an arrow with that name. Ryan just may be unavailable now. The fuck? Maybe he's not unavailable.
I totally spaced on this meeting.
Yeah, it's a real nightmare.
Ryan.
These old bones can take it.
Begin.
Ryeezy. Are you there? Scarecrow's wearing a hat, Ryan. Sarko said he's from Puebla, Mexico. Welcome, Sarko. It's good to have you. How the fuck? It's been a minute since I thought about Totino's hot pizza roll. Ryan out here with these failing calls. Are you there? There you go, I see you. Welcome back, Ryan. Sarko said, nice. Thank you kindly, Sarko. Ryan.
Green Arrow wins.
So when are you going to read more comics? Because I know you've been enjoying Savage Dragon. And Savage Dragon is good.
He just killed himself.
It happens.
No, but like there's a villain who can just make people kill themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And Savage Dragon's like the only one unaffected by his mind powers.
Harley,
Begin.
They're trying to call him in, and he's like, no, I'm retired. Here. And like wearing him down.
Oh, I didn't know he was retired. You didn't tell me that until like just now.
After he's like taking care of Angel. He doesn't want her to like her father to die. He's like alone and stuff. He's retired.
Because of it. Actually, interesting.
this old dog still got tricks.
That actually is crazy damage if I can do it. Those two things together. Raven's even doing zoning on that. It's insanity. Look at all that pressure. When you bounce her, but you didn't know what to do post bounce.
So the guy that's like killing
Green
people
Arrow wins.
just caused like 7,000 people to commit mass suicide in Times Square.
Sounds like something a supervillain would do. When you're like, what would make Savage Dragon get out of retirement? And you gotta make the villain do like some really crazy bullshit that only Savage Dragon can stop for some reason. Why wouldn't you have like Mighty Man commit suicide? Like, how does, like, what's
I
the...
mean, potentially, like, he once was in like Chicago and he caused everyone in the city to go into like a murderous rage. So everyone was like beating each other up and trying to kill each other. So like not everyone died, but like thousands of people did die. And Dragon was the only one unaffected.
What's the
Oh,
weakness
I
of
think
his...
I read. Right. But this time, specifically against how many people commit suicide instead of just becoming like, you know, like, kind of like the thing where you're, because there's like, Reddit thread, you know, where it's like blood rage or something.
Bloodlusted, and you're talking about who would win for
It's kind of like that, where you can just make everyone bloodlusted. Killing people.
Reddit threads. cooler wind battle stuff goes beyond Reddit. Do you know what a BFR is? Yes, it's battlefield removal. It's like a way of defeating a lot of opponents. And it's sometimes used as an excuse for why someone would
that guy's arm. The battlefield removed that guy's arm.
Got yourself a
Dr.
fine woman.
Strange is
Don't get any
particularly
ideas.
good at battlefield removing someone's arm. Too bad he didn't use it on Thanos.
But Thanos' arm is too thick. Like his dick is too strong.
In every one of the universes Dr. Strange saw, Thanos' arm was still thick with 2 C's.
Green Arrow wins.
I'm so close. Let's see. Hey. Oh, that's a good question. So, you asked if there was like a wind god or an air god. I think that's what Zeus would be.
Oh shit, fight burst through the wall.
What you gonna do about it, chum?
Begin.
And he grabbed the dragon. And he's like... Or someone get mind control? Yo, I think everyone's getting mind control. Oh, this is the thing where they show everyone's like arm punching Dr. Strange. So it's Spider-Man and Thor. Yeah, look, it's kind of right.
I've seen like a similar panel to that with the old set, like with the small thing, like almost that exact same panel.
Probably the same.
That's what I'm thinking too. That or he just redrew it. See, if he can do stuff like that, don't you think I could get away with my like editor snoop thing?
Are you Eric Larson? If you can get away with that, can you get away with that? I don't know. Maybe not.
Are you saying it's like his clout is what lets him get away with it? Because it seems like it's more of a legal thing than a clout thing.
Yeah, but do they want to like start a legal thing with a guy with so much clout?
You can. I don't know.
Yeah, if you want to. Sounds like I don't want to.
They don't want the smoke.
Dragon, wait.
I wish you the best of luck with your interview. Are you excited? Kaylee's got an interview. Ayo.
Alien and Strange?
No, Snapchat.
Oh.
Let's see.
You got an interview, ooh woo.
Let's see.
Charlie, 5-minute video.
So I looked it up and I learned that Hermes is as fast as the wind, apparently. And Ryan looked up how fast like solar winds are, like if we were to like try and scale him to galactic wind, and he'd be like hella fast, like way faster than lightning. So if Zeus is gonna try and hit Hermes with some lightning, I feel like he's gonna miss. It depends. What are your thoughts on that, Anthony?
I mean, would he? I don't know if any, like, Zeus has ever tried to actually just, like, fuck up Hermes. Like, if Hermes actually did just, like, piss him off and just, like, fuck you, Hermes, I'm gonna throw lightning at you. But he's also, like, god of, like, so maybe he can throw lightning faster than normal lightning. Special lightning.
Do we have any measurements of how fast like his lightning goes? Or anything that says that his lightning is like special and not just like I'm shooting
He's
one
also like god of lightning, god of the universe, or whatever, so...
You keep saying that like it matters. It's a title, right? It's not like, as God of the Universe, I'm given a piece of death metal and I could do whatever I want. You know, like, there's a difference between like titles and actual power. He-Man is called the Master of the Universe. Do you think He-Man beats like death metal Lobo? He probably could, actually. He-Man's weird. He can do a lot of stuff he probably shouldn't be able to do.
Is he in Castle Grayskull?
Is he in Castle Grayskull? If he's in Castle Grayskull, shit's probably already hit the fan. Like, pretty hard. Because normally you don't want to be in Castle Grayskull. You want to be keeping the bad guys out of Castle Grayskull. To be honest, though, I don't know why Lobo would even want to go to Castle Grayskull. You know what I mean? Like, if you had the death metal, just make your own Castle Grayskull or something, right? Excuse me. Do you think they're gonna destroy the death metal at the end of death metal? Because if they don't destroy
Shadow King just somehow pretty like strong mental power. Like, maybe it's at like some kind of like, I don't know, Professor X level of like mental power. Like he's made like thousands of people commit suicide. He's pretty strong. He's also able to like control like all of the superheroes, like mental control, just like attack. Right? And he was able to like search through the minds of people to like find someone who could like make him into like that super buff body man. This guy, like,
So he's trying to get drawn to match his brain.
Yeah. He's saying that he's like repentant, like he's like trying to not be a bad guy.
I'm not sure if I believe the guy who made thousands of people commit suicide and is able to control a whole bunch of superheroes is like, it was a prank, bro, I'm good. I'm a good guy.
Look at Conjuring face. He's just like, bro, what are you doing?
Ah, shit. I looked down to look at Savage Dragon's face, but I'm still fighting Cyborg, bitch ass.
Green Arrow wins.
He seems disappointed, I would say. Like yeah, like he doesn't seem to have too strong of an emotion on his face. How do we do it the mission this time? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. We beat the point goal by a long shot. We beat the point goal by like more than like 60,000 points. So we had like way more percent. So we've pretty much finished that whole universe. I don't think there was anything else that we could do on
Everyone wants to be good, but it's like a really bullshit, like, yeah, I'm good guy, so I'm killing all of the criminals. And then I was like, but not just all the criminals, people who could be criminals. And then I'm like, well, like, tons of people are like racist and pretty nasty people, so I'll kill all of them too. And that's why Dragon's like looking like that. Because he's like, I'm gonna just kill all of these humans. Bad.
Green Arrow.
I mean, it's the way you described it. It sounded like he was trying to say,
we kill everyone.
right. So that kind of reminds me of a character I know from another thing. there's a character that's like a super genius, and whenever he commits like mass murder, he always has like an explanation about how it makes the world better.
I mastered archery
like he destroyed all of like,
Must have been a tiny
I think
bow.
it was like Las Vegas or Los Angeles, it was one of the two. And then he was like, the whole area is now like, essentially it was gonna like force global warming to happen like way faster if he didn't get rid of them, was his like argument. And the way that the land was repurposed, it was used to like set up solar panels, and it created like a huge like natural resource energy boom because of it. And it was a thing where they were like, he was kind of right, but he also killed like way too many people. Oh shit, I was trying to get the stage transition on. I keep trying to do the Raven assist because I keep forgetting I'm not on that group anymore. I don't have a Raven assist. That Robin support is pretty okay.
Green Arrow wins.
Oh. So, like, Dragon has a whole speech here, and he's like, nah, that's, like, the worst thing. This is, like, you're, like, the worst guy ever. Like, this is not what I want. Disgust me. And then so he's like, good lord, what have I become? And he impales himself.
Angsty teen Kryptonian.
Is that a
But,
problem?
like, I think he actually
One bad
does,
date, there goes
through
my
his,
troubles.
like, twisted evilness,
Begin.
want good somehow. And, like, he's like, I did all this, like, he was inspired for this, like, killing. And it's like, no, no. And then he's like, oh shit, and then he, like, kills himself. Like,
That's embarrassing.
how bad he killed himself.
So is
That's
Savage...
at least more than, like, some villains don't even feel bad
Mind
and
if I
kill
take a
themselves.
selfie?
So, do you think Savage Dragon is now going to stay retired, or is he going to be like, the world needs me because there's always going to be another one of these fuckers kind of thing? I could all...
He broke up with, Marcy over it. Yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
my
he broke
faster,
up with
what?
her over...
Dinah seems to
Coming out
think
of
so.
retirement,
Oh,
but she wanted to be in retirement.
fair. It sounded like that whole thing was set up specifically just to be, well, he's not gonna stay retired, guys. Come on. We gotta, I have to give him a reason. Why doesn't he just stay retired? Because
Marvel was saying here, he's gotta force Dragon out of retirement to, like, fight the bad guy.
why is it that
Like,
he
what-
doesn't just stay in retirement, though? Because now that bad guy's gone. It's not even like there's like a, okay, we need you
Yeah, but
again.
now, like, Dragon will be like, yeah, but there'll be, like, other guys and I need to be there.
But he could always be like, and when they show up,
Nice
I won't
swimmer.
Like,
like...
if I wasn't in retirement, I could have prevented, like, a bunch of those thousands of deaths. If he had this.
I suppose that is...
Like, how do I apologize to the widow, to the husband, wives, and children for my neglect, my inaction? I'm responsible for what he became, what he did. At least partly, I realize that. And then he wants to. He doesn't want something like this to happen again.
Glad I'm not Dinah.
this very contrived situation to happen again.
Fucking try.
So a guy that literally only Savage Dragon can beat, and no one else, kills thousands and thousands of people and then goes, I did it all for you, Savage Dragon.
so.
You inspired me to become like a serial killer. It's a lot of things.
He was already a serial killer, but like, this particular, like, mode.
I don't see how you're like, it's not
Martin
control.
really doesn't want him to do it because her father was a cop who died, like, on the line. And so she doesn't want to, like, go through that kind of stuff again. So she was, like, drawing the line at him, like...
Ultimatum time.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't see why
This is gonna hurt.
he would be like,
I'll show you
well,
no
if you
mercy.
say that, then I guess I gotta go back. To me, ultimatums seem kind of weird.
It's not ultimatum, she's just like, I don't want you to. Please don't. She's like, I have to. I'm sorry.
Now, what do you mean by when she says I'm sorry? Wait, did he say I'm sorry, or did she say I'm sorry? Okay, that's an ultimatum, my nigga. I don't know what you're talking about. She's literally like, pick going out of retirement or like staying with me. Ultimatum is fucking.
Third person gives updates of some other
You're a
creators,
poor
like,
imitation.
Quiver's not empty yet.
Whose
got,
babies are they?
Chris Eulopoulos? Eliopolis? Some of the Greek. Chris is, letters.
Congratulations to Chris. How many years ago?
I think this was in 99.
Green Arrow wins.
Those kids are like grown.
Younger than us, but yeah.
Like, yeah, they're like older than.
What do you mean older than us?
I mean, they're like older than like Michelle.
They're younger than
They're
us.
like 20s by now.
Yeah, younger than us still.
99.
Right, younger than us.
Younger than us.
It's weird trying to remember how old people are. Like, I don't remember exactly how
Long
old
story
Dozer
short,
is.
I died.
I
Don't
just
give
know
me your
he's younger
sob
than us.
story.
Like, maybe those babies
What
are
you gonna
Dozer's
do about
age,
it,
I
chump?
think.
Begin.
Third person is saying that actually, Fred, drawing fight scenes is far easier than drawing people sitting around talking. Fight scenes, by their very nature, are exciting to look at. So it takes little effort to make them look great. Talking heads, on the other hand, take a lot of effort to look at. Because of this, I feel like somehow I'm cheating when I load a book with a photo of battle. Easier to write, easier to draw, exciting to look at. Yes, all of the above, but the downside is that they don't
Green
advance
Arrow
the story.
wins.
2 pages of fight advance the story by 20, and all kinds of characters end up getting shortchanged as a result. This is, as you might guess, one of the detriments of setting the stories in real time. Characters end up getting little or no screen time because other scenes crowd out what could be their moments to shine. In some cases, this really does get ridiculous if you think about it too much. I mean, come on. Bad guys really have that much patience?
I heard you killed the
that
other
they'd be
me.
willing to wait months
Begin.
to finally execute out any kind of scheme. Why would She-Dragon wait so damn long to get in touch with the control? Would the gods really have put something living in ancient thousands for that long? Just because it had room to have them look for a proper place to hang out? Stuff like that. Yes, there will be more fight scenes when it comes to next-ish True Believers.
Aiden said,
But then for the rest, wait.
Aiden said Magnus Carlson is bad at chess. Subscribe to the Empire of Eternia for micro-national content. Yo, Aiden, welcome to the stream. How's your day today? Do you have any questions for your board? Do you have any discussion topics like that? Aiden said, Jet, tell Ryan to work at the farm. Oh, I forgot all about that. Yeah, Aiden was like, why doesn't Ryan just go back to the farm and just ask for like another job? Because you were saying like now you're on the job hunt. It's like, Aiden was like, but didn't he already have a job? Like, why doesn't he just get another position? Because they already know who he is. So wouldn't it be fairly easy?
I don't know if they have like a seasonal thing. So like, they already like harvest all their pumpkins.
So Aiden like looked up Tate Farms and he was like, yeah, but they're like a whole ass farm. He's
yeah,
like,
they're a whole ass farm. I don't know, they also don't need a job.
Green Arrow wins.
Aiden said Farm Boy could make more money, but the farm isn't. I think what he's meant by but the farm isn't is like Tate Farms has like seasonal pumpkin stuff, but the operations of the farm are not like seasonal. They still do other stuff. And then Aiden said isn't seasonal. In response to the quote that you read from Eric Larson, I definitely know where he's coming from, and it is interesting to have to pace stories around that. I think there's a good balance. Arrow used to be really like consistently good. Not Arrow as in Green Arrow, but Arrow as in the air manipulating female Chinese superhero that Marvel introduced last year, I think. Back then I used to love reading Arrow, but it was very good about pacing like story and action in every issue. At least until about, I think, 5 issues and it started to fall off a little bit. Let's see. Aiden said, yeah. And then he said, bye, Jake. Gotta do your homework. Love you. Love you too, Aiden. Thank you for tuning in. Wish you the best of luck on your homework, and I'm excited to talk to you again soon. Peace. Oh, he was armored up.
It's okay.
Hey, we grabbed the grappler.
Green Arrow wins.
Popped an arrow in his ass and popped a cap off a snappler. That, like, window thing gets me every time, Ryan. Like, every time I look down and I see, like, Savage Dragon standing in that window the way he is, it makes me think it's a panel break, and it takes me a moment to realize he's in a window. Like, once you zoom out, it becomes... It's still not immediately obvious. I'm so used to, like, comic squaring stuff off. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of serving as both.
Surrender.
Begin.
I mean, technically, I think you're right. Like, I think it is actually both. Like, it is a window, but it also is acting as a panel. It's kind of a neat idea.
No, I wasn't saying just making a joke. If there was a second panel with your tire left, it's just like his legs.
I think it is a second panel, because you even, like, read it like that. Like, he put a word bubble at the bottom of the thing. You know, to show that, like, you would read down the page.
This guy, the bad guys like found one of those Martian tree guns and they use it on Dragon. Because he, in the Mars attack, or after the Mars attack, there was like a pile of these freaks that Dragon hit with that Martian shrink gun. So they've just been stuck like that for like a couple dozen,
Green Arrow
2
wins.
dozen like chapters or so. They tried to kill him once in his sleep, but he just like vacuumed them all up into the vacuum up the window in the trash. that was our last attempt. So I guess this attempt is to try and, like, bring him down to their size or something.
Begin.
So William and Rita had, like... What do you think of baby? Do you think it is ugly?
Are they gonna show the dick? Let me see his face. His face is so, like, wrinkled. I mean, I don't know. I need to see a better close-up of his face. I feel like babies have yet to develop a lot of, like, core features for you to call a baby ugly.
Next, I'll croak canary.
You do not want to go there.
Do you know of a specific example of an ugly baby? Like in real life?
No.
No. I feel like when people say like an ugly baby, they mean like a below average.
Oh, this one's so cute.
Green Arrow wins.
Oh, but this one's ugly. There's like points.
Oh, it's interesting to see Angel as like a little girl. I've never seen her that young. Cause she's like slightly older than Malcolm.
Yeah, I mean that's... Isn't she older than Malcolm?
I just said she's slightly older than Malcolm.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like a kid right now. I mean, Malcolm's still... Last time we saw him, he was still like a baby. And it was
Come on, we both look damn good, Green.
A couple years
Want
ago
a
by
sigh
now?
in the eye,
Isn't
wise
that
At least a
guy?
couple years.
Issue
Get
like
cuddlings out of the question.
35 or
Begin.
something like that.
We're on like issue like...
30 issues later.
Like, there was all that, like, months and, like, half a year where we spent, like, in space, and then all this time spent with, like, what's her name? Blonde lady, Angel's mom. And
Battle Girl?
Just be glad I'm not Dinah.
It's been quite a bit of time since, like, Rapture's death, like, Dark World and stuff. And even before that, there was a bunch of times that he died. Malcolm's been kidnapped.
Oh, Raphael got me with the super move.
Coming through, bro.
The baby for 4 months. Warren was his wedding. Which means Dragon was inhabiting his body at the time of their conception.
Oh, like there's a possibility that the baby will have like powers or something? Or the idea that Dragon's really the one who fucked Rita kind of thing?
Or maybe some of Dragon's, like, alien essence got on one of the babies. He said it was before William knew about, like, Dragon's presence. Like, before he started, like, seeing and hearing him in it. So...
That's kind
one of the
weird. Cause it seems like if she had freak blood in her, that would be like an issue.
He's not a freak though. Oh no. I mean, like, Malcolm is great, but he wasn't in, like, he wasn't... We don't know if Dragon even had an effect on Malcolm, or William's, you know, baby having. like the angel, he was like, was completely in cold form, and he was like, well, look at him, and then Dragon was like, that's not the point. His baby is like, how would you like if somebody calls you like, he's like, but I'm not with him. So all that sass.
I can go all night.
Some gals don't know when to quit.
I got it. Blade bar.
Green Arrow wins.
Did you let him on the way over? Yeah, he mentioned the wheat-driven granola, like, diet or something. Like, he meant that phrase he used earlier to describe someone. Like, last.
Begin.
Ooh, I'm finding a version of Swamp Thing that looks really fleshy. Like he looks like a naked guy with a little bit of wood on him. No euphemism intended. It makes him look more like a Mortal Kombat. When you make him look like flesh.
How's that for a Star City welcome?
I'm not sure if I'm going to read more of Gen 13. Yo, Blames, welcome back as Gaddafi. How's your day? Do you have any questions for your boy? And do you have any discussion topics that you'd like to talk about on this stream? The reason why
Angel's like, so this is like a thing she said. Angel's like, because he was talking about like him being disintegrated and put into one of his body. And he's like, that was really weird. Your life is really weird. Me and Mom never had weird stuff happen until we met you. All of a sudden, she's going to all the planets and stuff. Me and Mom went to other planets. We never had bad guys trying to kill us. Now Mom's dead. I got hurt from one of your bad guys. Really scary living with you. Too many bad guys trying to kill you all the time. So she asked him to give her superpowers. I think you should give me superpowers. Then I couldn't be hurt. And I could fight bad guys too. I bet I could fight bad guys pretty. She's like 5. Just like probably exposed to things at such a young age.
Hold on, that's fucking wild. She doesn't have powers? She doesn't like inherit from her mom or something?
And her mom like developed powers.
So has Bruce ever sat you down
for no particular reason?
How young do you think I am?
Or like cause. It was just like
Firestorm.
her husband like beat her. And then like over time the pain just stopped going away and so she just like developed like invulnerability.
From getting beat by her husband?
No, I'm getting but like it might have caused whatever it did. Like
it activated her like metagene
powers. Yeah. Kind of like how like the X-Men or one of the ones that triggered the powers from some sort of thing. But she was like a grown woman, and like Angel was already born by the time her mom like, you know, had powers.
Interesting.
So it's unclear what even caused those powers to manifest. So like, Angel doesn't.
If it is a trauma-based thing, like what you're theorizing, that implies that Angel might get better.
Love the confidence,
how they kind of framed it, but also like Angel was born before her mom had her superpowers shown. So she could have just gotten her superpowers for something, and then, you know, had that like complete or like correlate. And she might not have been able to even pass on any of that kind of like genetics. You know, like if she got like bit by a radioactive spider after Angel was born. Angel wouldn't get spider powers. She was already born.
Blaine said YouTube looks a little better. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Blaine. How are you doing? You having a good day? Have any questions for us? Hope you're doing well.
What? Wait a minute.
You hyped for Mighty Man? Who's currently your favorite Letty?
Victor, I can't open my pickle jar.
Try more push-ups.
Share them with you.
Begin.
That's kind of... Blaine said, when are you ending the stream? Probably in like 14 minutes or something.
Respect the bow.
My goal is to try and get my goal is to try and get Green Arrow to like level 30. I'm currently at like level 25. I'm not gonna get to level 30 in 14 minutes, I don't think. But I'll get closer.
The quiver's not empty yet.
Is what I'm currently thinking. A metal man who was like made of death metal would be actually pretty interesting. There's an nth metal man or whatever on the metal men, and I don't really care about that. Like nth metal it's something that has the potential to manipulate reality, but it's not the point of it. Metal men who is like the personification of death metal as like a humanoid superpowered being sounds cool.
Arrow begin.
I didn't know. So I would say in this game, Black Canary's the thickest. Harley Quinn, I think, has the sexiest outfit. I feel a little... Yeah, Black Canary's the thickest, no doubt.
There's a wide void. I think like Adam Driver in episode 8.
Adam Driver in episode 8?
Kylo Ren, where you like put the shirt on.
It's a very specific... I know who you're talking about now. I only ever hear people call him by his, like, real name. Specifically just John Oliver. Well, John Oliver will make jokes where he talks about how sexy he thinks Adam Driver is. This is a real thing. He'll like stop a whole segment to say something about like how he wants Adam Driver to like do stuff. Let's see. And he'll show that.
Doing a robbery with a shrink.
Oh wait, so someone's doing a robbery with a shrink ray? How do you get caught doing a robbery with a shrink ray?
There's a robbery at the First National Bank and 648 Jefferson Avenue. The suspect is armed with what seems to be a shrinking gun. Proceed with extreme caution. So, like, he hasn't been caught.
I'm saying, like, how do you let people know you have a shrink ray? Why don't you
see him across the street with a shrink ray?
Just show up small. Show up really small and just break into the bank.
I'm not sure if it's like a thing to like do on and off. I think it's like a permanent thing.
If you can't do it on and off, then you have a shrink ray, but you're gonna use it exclusively as a weapon.
It's only a merchant actively. Because like
Ryan's like, maybe it's a shitty plan, because it sounds like a horrible idea to rob a bank with a shrink ray if you can't go back and forth between shrinking and growing shit. And Nigga holds up a mirror, ends your entire career. Will the shrink ray shrink the mirror, or will the blast come back and hit you?
like, they don't actually have a way of reversing the process. They have to, like, decentralize or something to, like, reverse engineer. No one's ever actually, like, unshrunk someone.
If this was a Silver Age comic, they could just, like, reverse the polarity or some shit on the shrink ray.
You're lucky this isn't a time trial. Quiver's not
You
empty
still
yet.
can. You'd have to get it to, like, scientists to do that. Someone who knows how to reverse polarity and trick.
Respect the bow.
So you like shrinks, drag it down to like Ant-Man size,
Green
or
Arrow
maybe
wins.
larger. Probably larger. Like maybe like Ant-Man size.
Is he still
You
strong?
could like maybe. He like jumps up and like kicks him in the balls or punches him in the balls, like Ant-Man style. So like the guy's just like down. He's like, I'll squish you, and he's like, you can try, and he like tosses him.
When you say that he punches him
3
in the
inches
balls,
tall, Philip.
3
Like I said,
inches.
3 inches.
What Earth they
He's like half the size of
I am
Dawn.
from a different realm entirely.
Yeah, it's
Man,
like
you need a
it's like
publicist.
not as it's like larger than like Ant-Man, I guess normally is, but not as big as that. Because even just looking at like I'm sorry. That makes a guy like step on people and then step on them. Kill them. Yeah, now there's a whole like pile of enemies. When you go on.
It is foolish to provoke a god.
Oh, Raiden, don't get on to me on that Athena shit. Ew, stupid. What are you gonna do? Turn me into a brand new animal species? Spiders are thriving. They're all over the world.
I
mean, not like Antarctica, but or like other like really
Green
cold
Arrow
places.
wins.
love it. Can't handle the places.
Agreed. Though spiders aren't insects, but agreed.
Although there was an insect that's like indigenous to Antarctica, and especially like adapted to survive there. It was some sort of like flying thing. It was quite interesting.
That sounds
On
kind
a
of
sideshow
interesting.
video.
What does it do to stay warm?
It has some special like heat retention thing.
Oh, nuts. I forgot my spray bottle.
Hilarious, Ollie.
I don't know how I feel about this green cat.
Begin.
It just like I guess at some point it made its way down and back. Or it was just like decently suited to a gas thing, like based on its already like kind of like previous adaptations, but it's like, well, we can survive in the cold with this stuff too. We'll just do that.
It's okay. You can nap.
When you hear Ryan yawn and then you hear him go, she did?
How's that for a Star City welcome?
Might be dead. Thank goodness for her very stupid ass super. Catwoman was right in front of me, and her super move makes her jump in an arc. So she jumped just directly above my head and landed behind me and didn't hit anything. That is such a weird feature. I think it's meant for you to use as like an anti-air. So it's like if someone jumps, you can like guarantee you'll land your super kind of thing. It's very weird. Because you try to hit anybody on the ground, it's like you have to aim your thing from a distance. It's like a long-range anti-air super. But if they're next to you, like mid or close range, you're just gonna miss.
What did you have in mind?
Long story, but I'm here to kick your ass.
Begin.
She's doing a pretty good job with her like, assist.
Getting green about the guild.
Blaine said, I'm glad you two got fit. I am too, Blaine. It's only a matter of time. Okay. Maybe we have enough time for like 1 or 2 more matches. But then after that, I am donezo for the night. Oh, yeah, it's been a minute since I've had to fight like a multiverse. Soon I'll get at a level where a multiverse will not really matter. Godzilla said, I am also glad. I'm glad that you are both glad. Don't be sad, get glad. Garbage. Yo, don't let her school you there. She does a lot of donkey kicks, I just realized. And she doesn't just kick you, she like turns around to where it's a back spacing. Oh, that was a close range object interactable. I thought he was gonna pick up the orb and like, throw it at her.
Respect the bow. Mind if I take a selfie?
I wonder if there are any stories that take place at Poseidon's underwater at his underwater palace, because it does sound cool. Yo, Ryan, does Greek mythology have like an Atlantis equivalent? You get it. I'm asking because I don't know. I asked. I asked Bree if there was like a genie equivalent in Greek mythology, and she was like, I don't think so. Yeah.
A lot of gods probably just do something.
And why would... Because that to me sounds weird. Because if I could just grant wishes, I'd be like, okay, so I'm king of the gods, right? You know, not Zeus. And...
Isn't that like the Athens, right? Where like demon of Athens, like both Poseidon and Athena were in a competition to give a gift, like, to the city.
Green Arrow wins.
And whichever of the gifts that the Athenians thought was better, then they like named the city after that god and like become like the patron deity. So Poseidon like gave them access to like the ocean. I'm not sure if it was like a river or we just like gave them like a coast or something. He was like, the ocean, have it. do it. You know, now you can do all kinds
This
of
is gonna be
stuff.
good.
Then Athena gave them olive trees. And she's like, you may think the olive tree ain't shit, but there's tons of shit you can get food, you know? And then you can like trade the olive, and you can use the olive tree for like wood, like all kinds of shit, including like boats, to like sail upon that coast. And like all kinds of shit you can get out of this tree. And then all the Athenians are like, oh yeah, shit, you're right.
What?
Yeah, you're different from that. But
No.
they hate their city after.
No, that's a horrible fucking gift. What? Poseidon's like, you can. Why didn't Poseidon go, nigga? You can get fish out the ocean and they won't kill you. You can like travel across the ocean and I won't like send like waves to crush you. Or I don't know. He could have done the same thing where he just says like, yeah, but don't they receive both gifts? It's just whichever one is the better gift is the like one where they need it. Like it's not like you don't have the wood, but you can't use a fucking boat if Poseidon's like fuck you. You know what I mean? Like if Poseidon's like, oh shit. How big is this fucking olive tree?
No, it's like all of the olive trees. Like, all the trees is like a forest of trees.
I thought it was one olive tree.
Like one tree, and she's like, but then you can take the seeds and kind of like tons of trees. So like, she gives it like access to the olive tree.
Is she a god of olives?
No, that was just like the thing.
Green Arrow wins.
Right, but wouldn't you become known for that?
This was the wise thing.
The wise thing is the olive tree. Okay. Weird. Godzilla said, I've been looking at r/world building because I like to see other people's worlds. Then Blaine said, what kind of worlds? You should check out r/world building to find out. Godzilla over here using that Reddit. Bree apparently is not a Reddit user. She's not all up on the Reddities. The Reddots.
I left my universe for this?
Begin.
Legendary contest. Both Athena and Poseidon requested Constantine to give their name. They competed with one another for the honor.
What's
the city one gift each. Poseidon produced a spring. Oh, I guess it wasn't the ocean. It was just a spring. Poseidon produced a spring by striking the ground with his strike, symbolizing evil.
I didn't even know you could do that.
The olive tree, symbolizing peace and prosperity. Athens, under their ruler,
Getting green about the gills.
accepted the olive tree and named the city after it. A sacred olive tree said it to be the one created by the gods, and still kept on the Acropolis at the time of Pausanias, the 2nd century deity, was located by the temple of Andropy next to Pantheon. According to Herodotus, the tree had been burnt out during the Persian Wars, but a shoot sprung from the stump. The Greeks
Green
saw
Arrow
this
wins.
as a symbol that Athena still had her mark here on.
It sounded like you like smacked your lips afterwards.
Right. Yeah, so it sounds like the gift was a lot better. I was thinking it was more equal.
The gift was a lot better. It was one olive tree. You know what
This is
couldn't
gonna
get
hurt.
burned down during the Persian War?
Will defeat you.
A spring.
Could go either way, really.
Begin.
See.
Like this is the first olive tree? Why isn't she like the god of spiders and olive trees? They're literal things that wouldn't exist without her.
Art, crafts, and work. Others.
Godzilla said he found a cool post about a superhero protesting thing, where the superheroes protested with the message, "We are not a weapon."
Your technique is
That sounds fair. He said, and it was to stop the military from forcing the military to fight in the Vietnam War. So it was like against the draft. People already kind of were saying that without being superpowered people.
The war. The draft is just part of anti-war.
Quiver's not empty yet.
You know, because the Empire was killing millions of people for no reason. Not no reason. No good reason.
She didn't like just jump over my meter burn attack. She like counter attack. Yeah, she's got the fucking shield on this bitch.
Enough of your tricks.
Who says I need arrows?
Who says I need arrows? Nigga, I say we need arrows. Okay, she's gonna get a quarter of her health back. Well, she already has the lead. She's about to lose that health. Oh, you worry for that shit? Bow. Oh shit. No, don't let her get a good combo off. Okay. She's like a... Oh my gosh. You're so close. Kill this bitch. Yes. As they said, yes.
Green Arrow wins.
Godzilla said superheroes, not military. So it was superheroes protesting because they didn't want to have to fight in the Vietnam War. There were some superheroes back in the day who were like... It's like a way to not undermine the war effort is to not send superheroes from like a... outside of the in-universe thing. Like, in our world, it would be weird if Superman just went over and he's like, I saw World War II, kind of thing.
That actually makes sense.
Begin.
Like, even though it would make sense that a superhero could just run in and fix... It's weird to say fix it, because wars are very relative things. But to, like, help one side win or another side win. But there are other ways that you can use superheroes in stories during war times to show that they're like supportive of the war effort without them actually going anywhere. They would promote like war bonds and stuff, and recycle the paper of your comic book to help out with the effort. It is interesting that there are superheroes though who just were in the war. Because it makes it kind of interesting to have like big heavy hitters not be in the war. Like Superman's not in the war, but Captain America's like in the war. Super faithful, as in from Savage Dragon. It's weird to say as in from Savage Dragon instead of just saying from Savage Dragon.
Where's that sleeping gas arrow?
Or from Super Basic, he had his own little...
Where did he first appear?
Green Arrow wins. Begin.
Okay, Boogie.
the bow.
There we go.
Now where's that sleeping gas arrow? It's okay, you can nap.
Scarab's got all these.
That little beetle mask looks so sensible.
Your mom looks sinister. Ooh.
Green arrow wins.
Don't ever see your mom, so I don't know what she looks like. Ooh. Ooh.
The Joker in Injustice 2 looks really weird.
Ooh.
It's his haircut. It makes him look like he's in like a boy band.
Begin.
Is he wearing
No,
a
he's
shirt?
in a boy band.
What about boy bands, right?
I'll tell him music video for the one with people with the long hair. It looks like he's maybe closer to that. He's like fucking boy band. Just like a normal band.
He just looks like he's in a band. Okay.
Well, I mean, like, there's like a golden key band thing, you know? Band called Germana.
Don't die without
Joker
saying
is
goodbye.
annihilating.
Are there other cards? Or the other cards? You must support.
Mind if I take a selfie?
So there's a new Zexal weapon. It looks like a counterpart to the other Pegasus card. Twin Saber. CW Pegasus Twin Saber. Level 5. Attack 1000, defense 2100. One CW Pegasus Twin Saber. Or you can control one. 2. If your opponent's life point is 2000, at least 2000 higher than yours. That's from this one. Alright, I guess. I think I have
got no
a
sense
life
of humor.
point.
Hello, boxing glove arrow?
Not too bad of a special sonic one. Like, it's like, yeah, still because of that isn't the case. Turn 1 or something, but, you know, it's also like, the only requirement there's not any
Green arrow wins.
card cop. Third, if you can target one Utopia monster you control. If this card, equip this card you control to that target as an equipped spell that gives 1000 attack. Once per turn, while this card is equipped to a monster, you can negate any monster effect activate on defense. That's pretty good.
You're not the Hal Jordan I knew.
Begin.
The thing about this W is one thing that they don't just equip from the hand, like they have to equip from the field. And also like level 5. Sure, but at that point it makes them like not as like
That's embarrassing.
Yes.
Why not you're being sleepy?
I'm just yawning.
Mind if I take a selfie?
This one's the weakest one. So I guess it's more of an effect. It's not level 4 like one. That's cool. Use it. Right 4 like looks like this may be the other one. You can summon it in the hand. So this is better? Maybe than a bunch of the other previous Zexal weapons and Zexal stuff.
I don't know what
And then you can use
Zexal
it
weapons
Raker as like the rank 4 material or the Zexal weapon.
is a sex?
That's a weapon or type of like cards that equip themselves to Utopia to give it like, you know, stats and like protection. The ZX, which are Zex for servers, is the Zexal weapon, or apparently different. Other things, like, I guess hoping you can summon them more, or having a fight when they're summoned as material. So instead of like equipping them, you use material, which is probably just better often. Like, just instead of having Zexal weapons, just like have those cards be used as materials, and then have them have the, you know, when used as material effect to do the same kind of thing. You know? But that only applies to things like when you summon it, so you can't like revive a Utopia and then do that.
Begin.
You know, that's what you're
This gorilla.
you can use the second effect of its card name once effect. You control exactly one of them or monster except DS arms and no other monster. This brings some of this card. No other monster. So you just have to have one level 4 monster. Summon it in Utopia. In Utopia, it's the monster that summons using some material. One CW monster. Yeah, or I guess you use it once per turn, right? But like, you could like summon Utopia on it and like material. Then summon Utopia the lightning or something later, and then trigger it on that Utopia something. And then get, I mean, this was bad.
River's not empty yet.
Yeah. It's the end. You could like use it again, like the next turn or something. You could do like another. That's especially with a Utopia. Second one, fantasy. Counterpart, stacks of events, not like the first like you control no monster, you control no cards. You can expect some of this card winning. Not as good necessarily, I guess, as the other one. Nothing. The other one, all you need is like one other monster. Could turn one and use don't beat these monsters that was summoned to this part of the material effect. See summon, you can add one rank up to normal stuff. So I guess this is how you're getting that new Organic Utopic ring. The Utopia ring is to just
Gorilla Ground Wind.
use both these guys as material. So you search out a ZW and you search out a rank up. So you can rank it up with this guy, and then his effect can just equip the ZW from the hand. Okay, yeah, so you can just take any ZW and equip it to him. And then negate a thing to negate some monster thing. There's also a new Dragonic CW. Just think of this like essentially like the boss CW is like an Xyz monster.
Wait, what the fuck is that? What's the Harbinger's Universe Orb? Earth 1201. The Harbinger's Universe Orb has been lost somewhere in the multiverse, and you have 3 hours to find it. Harbinger.
Yeah, it looks like there's actually a bunch of other like Xyz like Zexal cards. So there's a new Dragonic Power. 2 level 5s, nothing that much.
The Universe Orb contains the history of the multiverses.
Drop back directly. Check one. Add one Zexal spell and travel back to hand. Yeah, so they're making like Zexal like archetype more, even than just the Zexal weapon. Zexal's fun. It's like your hand, you can turn when you flip your monster, you control this card you control and that has an equip style, maybe you can take out an attack. This card, during the monster by battle, you can special on any number of CW monsters equipped, truly equipped monsters. Okay, so like, if you're like attacking, and you like kill an opponent's monster, then you can special summon your other ZWs and like attack with that same, so like attack directly. Or, so like you get the damage, like, boost from them, because like you like transfer or whatever.
Wait,
Already
Ryan.
the monster. Oh, what?
One of the missions is reverse a crisis on infinite Earths by defeating 5 metatextual thought entities of pure source energy.
Yeah.
Yo, the babble is real, my guy. That's metatextual thought entities.
And then one of those ZWs have like already boosted for that first attack and like sword effect.
What
that
are they?
Attack directly. That could be phase 2. You could use like them for going into like another Exceed monster, like something like a second Dragonic Halberd, or like the other form of Dragonic, or one of these other guys.
What do they mean
Green
by
arrow.
reverse crisis on infinite Earths, Ryan?
Because it happened again once they undid it and then redid it.
But
Second one.
is this mission in Injustice 2 imply like and then
Well, there's also the Crisis on Infinite from the comics, and the Crisis on Infinite from like the CW show. So it's like multiple ones.
But it's weird that you would say reverses. You wouldn't want don't do that in your Injustice 2 video. You're gonna make a video with DC.
New rank up. Okay. Rank up magic sex supports. Almost now. Also, the second effect will turn.
What's the real consequence of the universe being lost?
My kingdom for a spray bottle.
It just has the history of the multiverse.
Or when the most monsters is one rank higher than a monster control.
Could be like a beam. Ryan said, Godzilla said, why is Green Arrow so
Green
good?
Arrow wins.
Green Arrow's so good, because I remember Justice League Incarnate. So he's like the multiversal Green Arrow. But he also is taking a pill that gives him like the strength and durability of Superman. But he's also like super rich and resourceful like Batman. And well trained. So he's just a whole bunch of awesome wrapped into one. Oh, and trick arrows. I didn't mention those. He has trick arrows.
Begin.
Oh, we get the whole like places and stuff on the top of the head. Like, no, we don't want to give it to another scene. Like, it's like that. Well, I guess there's that like utopia continuous.
Godzilla said so he's a super rich archer on drugs. Green Arrow's not on drugs. His sidekick Speedy was on heroin for a little bit, but Green Arrow himself is on.
Green Arrow wins.
Sexual construction. Almost. We're going to activate one card with this card's name per turn. What? Reveal one card in your hand.
Godzilla said you said he had a pill that makes him super strong. Oh, you're right. He's on drugs in that respect, but
Begin.
I mean, you're right.
This is like a search any of these 5 groups of cards.
So what are the 5 groups?
A ZW monster, a ZS monster, a Zexal Speller Trap, a rank up magic spell, or rank down that. Just by like removing cards in your hand, and then shuffling that removed card back. And then like adding one of those cards. So you can like search like any of the W or like Nexo other artifacts. So that does add a lot of pretty good consistency to the kind of like W, which did suffer from like breaking on the Nexo way. So
Green Arrow wins.
Should allow you to like, you know, search out some of those things and not have to play them at like, you know, higher numbers.
Godzilla said Mr. Freeze has nothing on Captain Cold. I feel like you might have gotten your names mixed up.
Kind of like onomatopoeia cards that can like search a bunch of the different like relatedly named archetypes. Just search a whole bunch of stuff. So these are the next two and last two of these Sexal cards for this back. So it's Sexal and Trust. Oh, Nicole.
Green Arrow.
Target one Utopia or monster in your graveyard. Add it to your hand or special summon. So that's already like really good. Like any revival on like any of the ZW, ZS, or Utopias means like you could like take like an older Utopia, put it on the field, start equipping things to it. Or you can add it to your hand.
He's super good.
ZW1 and put that in the hand.
Godzilla said I've never heard of Captain Cold before, so I was making a joke that Captain Cold is just weird Mr. Freeze. Captain Cold is
That's
weird.
but the kind of fully burial some of those ZWs, and then just like summon them back with this card, and then this card is also like searchable with that other card. You have like a searchable monster reborn for the archetype. So like a couple different sub-archetypes. Like related sub-archetypes. If your opponent's late points is at least 2,000 higher than yours,
Green Arrow wins.
Graveyard, fetches from your graveyard. Target is Exo's Power Trap in the graveyard, except Entros and hand. So you could use like that effect to like get construction back and like reuse it next turn or something. So you can even recycle the searcher. Like you can use the searcher to search the monster reborn. And then use the second effect of the monster reborn to recycle the search. And then I guess like do that again a couple of times. Just keep searching the monster reborn and then, you know, recycling it to search the other monster reborn. Well, both of those cards are really useful. Like all the spells are really useful. Ones that you like rank up magic for a bunch of things. They all have this like 2,000 or higher thing.
Green Arrow
And
wins.
that is similar to some of these other Utopia and ZW things. As exo weapons. Not having like a life kind of thing. As well as some of the other like, you know, manga like Zexal things of like having like low life points.
This is gonna be
like
Begin.
comeback.
I like this turn.
Zexal alive. Normal.
I'm gonna react to
This is
Godzilla.
what I was just talking about.
So, Godzilla, I would say that Captain Cold does have a few cool things. No pun intended. In the Flash TV show, they made it where Captain Cold knows who the Flash is, and they kind of make a deal where, like, the Flash can't, like, actually arrest him.
You're not the hero here.
And that was kind of
My
interesting.
origin story.
The actor who plays that said he doesn't want to play non-gay characters anymore.
They made Captain Cold gay, though.
Yeah, I know, but he's like, I'm dropping out of like prison jail.
one thing that's really interesting about Captain Cold, he
Okay,
regularly...
Green Arrow
this
wins.
is like one of those like weird utopia-like anime.
So he regularly like breaks down his cold gun to like its base components and puts it back together. And he's been described as being like so familiar with it. If you put him in a hardware store, like without his cold gun at all, he could just build his cold gun. Which is weird because that implies that you can build it at like parts at a hardware store. But
Anyone could learn how to build a cold gun.
right. So it shows that like he's not just a dude who happens to have a gun. He like knows everything about it.
Okay, listen to this thing. Normal track. If we're facing the space monsters, you can go destroy by battle on the first part of that. A life point so that you have only 10 left. Probably summon one utopia monster from your graveyard. And if you do, place one card in your deck on the top of your deck. The summoned monster's attack becomes double. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. Also, it cannot be destroyed by battle with another except with another number one. So this is like some kind of that like those protection things we're talking about, but then also the whole like utopia right like pay life points to go on the 10 land. So it's
Green
like,
Arrow wins.
if you don't win with this like big attack first, you have like no life points left. It's kind of like last gamble finishing punch move.
That is
a bunch of the utopia cards can, or like a bunch of the utopia like effects are here though. So.
that is very
Cool,
much
but I
so.
don't think people can play because it's trap. But then also like you'd rather just do like those kind of like double or nothing like
Other utopia
double
boost.
like plays
Yeah.
already.
It does sound like
Which
an anime
shows
comeback
that
thing.
Those were played and were pretty good, where you could just like summon it and like double the attack a couple times with like 10,000 back or something. So you can use that stuff on already making those kind of plays more consistent with some of these like searching of like Minecraft. Although I guess none of that
These searchable wood.
so like a bunch of these utopia attacks. This seems like a really solid like support.
It sounds interesting.
It makes it seem like this is the kind of like good like support like round that I wouldn't be surprised with some kind of like structure. It's got like a couple of spells, a couple of monsters, give it like a utopia boss monster and like a couple cards. Like make like a utopia structure. I don't know if we've done that. Like besides
I mean, it definitely did when it started, yeah. Like, I had my old pictures. Godzilla said, what if Spider-Man was in the DC multiverse? He just is. He just is in the DC multiverse, on multiple different worlds.
Looking at, like, this lineup makes me think of, like, I think it seemed like some of those Ice Barrier ones were kind of similar. Like, they had a field spell that acts as, like, kind of Monster Reborn effect. But some of the other ones weren't. Although, maybe they're better than that. I haven't seen that. But, yeah. They seem kind of subpar. And they're, like, an actual, just, like, structure thing. Like, they didn't really have... Did they have any, like, new synchros or anything? It was just, like, some spells and, like, some, like, of the low-level, like, main deck monsters. I don't know.
Green Arrow.
Maybe they did. Yeah, they had, like, some card that could, like, do, like... Or wasn't that, like, a spell?
Godzilla said, alright. Yeah, so Superman and Spider-Man have crossed over, Batman and Spider-Man have crossed over, and then you've had, like, the different Marvel DC crossovers where it's, like, a whole bunch of people. There are Earths where, like, the Marvel universe and the DC universe are just kind of, like, coexisting, but they just don't interact with each other a lot because of the fact that they're in, like, different cities. Like, the list of, like, ways that they cross over goes on and on and on. You also have, like, the amalgam stuff, where it's like, oh, like, Spider-Man was mixed with, like, Superboy and Batman was mixed with like Wolverine, and they were like on the same Earth kind of thing. Bunch of stuff. In the Lego movies, they talk about how like the Avengers and stuff existed, but they like weren't returning like their calls, which is a hint at the idea that like Lego does own the rights to use like Marvel stuff, but Warner Brothers is the one making these Lego movies so the Marvel characters don't show up. But they can be right. Godzilla, I think you would really like a video idea that I have.
Here's a taste of girl
yet
power.
to make.
Some gals don't know when to quit.
It's the editor's note thing that I keep talking about. Because I think I figured out a way for you to be able to write books that take place in like comic book continuity, like with like popular comic books, but without getting in trouble.
Green Arrow wins.
Godzilla's like editor's note thing. So in comic books, you'll have these like caption boxes where a character will say something, and then there'll be like an asterisk next to what the character said. And then you go down to like the caption box that's like an editor's note, and it'll say like, as seen in Spider-Man issue number 35. And it's a way for you to set up continuity between books without directly referencing something. Because a character can say something vague, and then you're like, do you want to understand what they're saying? Go read this other book, kind of thing. I've realized that you could do that even if you like don't own the book you're referencing, as long as you don't actually say the name. So like I could write a story where I reference the spider that like bit Peter Parker, but I don't specifically say, oh, this is the spider that bit Spider-Man. I just go, there's this strange irradiated arachnid. I'm studying it for one of my experiments. And then next to like irradiated arachnid, I could have like asterisks. And then I could say like, as seen in like Amazing Spider-Man issue number 1 or something like that. But instead of saying Amazing Spider-Man issue number 1, I could say it's like, as seen in ASM issue number 1. So it's like I'm using an acronym, which there's not like a trademark. Like it's not like Marvel could be like, you're using our title. You specifically said Amazing Spider-Man. It's like, no, I didn't. So you're able to like use stuff from these other universes as long as you just don't explicitly state that you are. But then through the editor's note, it's like you are saying it, but you're not saying it in a way to where it's like legally liable. Because if they try to hit you up and say, well, you are referencing Amazing Spider-Man number 1 because you said ASM number 1, you could say, oh, that's anything. Like you could just say that acronym could mean whatever I want. You know? What are your thoughts on that, Godzilla? I've talked to Ryan about this before. Ryan, have your thoughts changed on the subject at all? Ryan's like, I'm currently not here. He could have fallen asleep. Ooh, he could legitimately be unconscious. I'm actually a little distracted, because I'm like, is he asleep? He also could go like, into the bathroom or something. I've also been thinking about how editor's notes can be really specific. Like, you don't have to just say, like, the title of the book and the like issue number. You could also say what year it came out. You could reference like a specific like page and even like a specific panel on a page. Like, depending on how big you're willing to make the editor's note, you can like essentially grab a reference like very indirectly. Oh my goodness. I can't believe this Catwoman's like beating my ass that hard. I like that she tried to bend the back to dodge it. Her short hops are a force to be reckoned with. Oh shit, I was gonna try and grab her. She was ready.
Catwoman wins.
All that gear is trash. Trash gear. Ryan, are you asleep? Good night, Nate.
Oh, nuts. I
You
forgot my
conscious,
spray
Ryan?
bottle.
Hello.
Begin.
The Sandman come early. You haven't finished reading Sandman yet? You got that one wolf and sheep. You got night mask powers, so now you have the ability to enter people's dreams. You're currently trying to fight a nightmare creature.
Respect.
Please don't. Stop letting her sauce. Thank you. Sauce free zone. Good night, Ryan. Chicka-da-ga. I'm gonna end the call with Ryan because I'm pretty sure he's like. Stop letting her do this to me. Peace. Let me use the restroom during this. I can also put my laptop up if I'm not talking to Ryan in the call. I'll be right back. Godzilla said, alright, Nick. I'll see you in a moment, Godzilla. I gotta pee. Let's see. Godzilla said, I have been rereading Heart of Heroes. Tell me more, my guy. I never got to like finishing edits on the like Heart of Heroes volume we left off on. I think what happened is multiple people submitted things that needed to be edited at the same time. And I was like, too much is going on at the same time. I was like, new thing.
I feel so much yummier now.
Kill her, please. Shit. He said, I like the stories you made after the story I made. I'm glad that you come with it.
It's okay. You can nap. Now that's embarrassing.
What was the last volume that we got to? Was it like volume 4, 5, 3?
Green Arrow wins.
We're reversing Crisis on Infinite Earths, baby. Those colors will make you look amazing, dude.
How's that for a Star City welcome?
See, earlier when I was fighting Catwoman's bitch ass, well, almost mom. I was level 26. Whatever. Now I'm level 27. Ooh, oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. This story. He's fucking me up. He's fucking me up. That was cool. I didn't even know that. Interactable was there.
Green Arrow wins.
Also, Godzilla. I've been publishing comic books. Feel free to check them out on Amazon. The most popular one I've made is a Minecraft one, and that's because people like Minecraft. It has a 1-star review on Amazon. Check it out. I made a Weapon Ultra comic, as you know.
Got an arrow with your name on it.
I think
My
one
whole
person
name
wrote
or
that.
just Barry? I have an arrow just for you.
Begin.
How am I faster than you?
That was a cool one. Medieval. Godzilla said, where do I find your Amazon page? You can search Nicholas Alexander Benson. You can also search Heart of Heroes should come up. Like, what happens when you search Heart of Heroes on Amazon?
Green Arrow wins.
Godzilla said a lot of things, actually. I didn't perform well enough to, like, fully complete. He said a TV show. What happens if you type in Heart of Heroes superhero? I don't know what it means when it says reverse a Crisis on Infinite Earth. Godzilla said some sort of thing to help people. And then he said, alright, I found it. Fallen. I'm getting pictures. This is such a weird universe. Yeah, I'm probably going to end it for here. Thank you all for watching. If you guys like this video, make sure to smash that like button, favorite, comment, subscribe, and ding 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 me the notification bell. Be notified whenever we do these videos. It's your friend, your boy, Jump like the one, logging out. Peace, chicken cow. Godzilla said the review is literally just a ton of thumbs ups, and he said, or thumbs downs. Yeah, for the Minecraft book, it is just a bunch of thumbs downs. Anyways, thank you guys once again for tuning in. Thank you, Godzilla, for sticking with me for so long. This has been like a 5-hour stream. Hope you guys are all doing well. Peace, chicken guy. I'll see you next time.